deserve. I beg to think of my people. If it's not correct, we go talk am so. From 9 o'clock till 12 midnight, we still think how we ready to fight. No palava, no fear inside. Truth must stop, we not go high. Call Mr. Kotubo, bring them sense. Ready veterans, with one of them. I'm a bright up and clear. Anthony W. She didn't make me think clear. Claudia Smith, strong woman, yeah. If you wrong, she goes say, Leader G, how this life, for me, come see me they like. Give up people, you're ready. Number steady, steady.
4 years and of course is here this evening on top 105.3, folks. If you just joining, I'd like to say good evening and good evening to every one of you on the sound of my voice. This is top 105.3. We broadcast to you live and direct from Georgia City, Grangela County, Republic of Liberia. So we are here again on the first week work day, which is Monday editions of the program. I beg to differ. So if you just joining us, this is the first time coming across the program, I will encourage you that you listen to this program. Keep it, stay down tuned to other radio stations. For those of you watching us, what we need from you tonight is share it live to other group pages that you are following, so that people can be able and join us here on the show. Yeah, just share to other group pages, let people join and follow us here on the show. Yeah, if you do so, I will appreciate you for doing that, right? But it's good to share that everybody will be part of it tonight. Radio land, just keep posting it until you go away. You can invite somebody to listen along with you. Yeah, you can invite somebody to listen along with you, right? Yeah, carry your radio volume. Also, maybe other person in the next room can also follow. So let's just hold the music real quick. We have our panelists here this evening on the show. And let's welcome them. Vedran, how you doing?
I'm fine. I'm just trying to get adjusted to the weather. Just trying to get adjusted to the weather.
Okay.
It's hot. Days that get cool. Days that get cool.
Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. We got Mr. Zizi. We got Mr. Zizi. No way. No way. Let me let it. Mr. Zizi, how you doing, sir?
Good evening, sir.
Okay. Fred, I gotta give it to you, my man. You get them as a on the platform, I gotta give it to you. Because Mr. George Duba has been trying to get Mr. Zizi on the platform, he's not been successful. Yes, but it is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Mr. Zizi, welcome to I Beg to Differ on Top FM 105.3.
Thank you, sir.
Streaming out of Georgia City, Grangela County in the southeast of Liberia. We are live on Facebook. We are live on YouTube. We are also live on our website, topfmliberia.com. And so it is our honor to have you here today. Just a quick housekeeping rules. So before we begin our show, our panelists and myself will introduce ourselves to you. And then we're going to come back to you, and then you you will begin the conversation by telling us why you are here. And then once you begin the conversation, an hour into the show, we will go on to the phone lines to bring our guests in, and then they will either ask a question or they will comment. And then when we come back, we'll have you respond to our guests, either to the comments or to the questions. And then we will then come back and continue with the show. It is my understanding that you are here for the first half of the show, right? Is that it?
Yeah, but one of the things we should give credit to, the reason why you haven't had him, he's someone who likes to support women. So the chairman of the women wing will be here. And whenever you put women in front, Mr. Zese will be there to support them. So it's true inviting the women wing chairman. Mr. Zese is here to support the chairman, Laura Tabe Cover will be here also. So saying he's the chairman of the party, he wants to support her too in coming to talk about how the women can make a difference in the challenges facing women today. So that's how it was. That's how I got Mr. Zese on the show. So any political person, if you put women in front, seeking their interest, you will get the chairman of the party to come. So that's how I was able to do it.
Excellent.
Mr. Zese, am I right?
He's muted.
So unmute yourself.
Okay, he's muted. All right, so but what I want to know, because we're going to pick up the Samuel Jackson development in case development in the second half. Mr. Ziggy, you're welcome to stay with us to discuss that as well. It's all Liberian issue. But welcome to the show. I want to begin by introducing myself, Mr. Zeze. My name is Archie Wright. I'm going to be your co-host tonight. Mr. Fred, we're going to have the music or giving the feedback. I will be your co-host for the night. And the rest of my panelists, I will not go around the table so that they can introduce themselves to you. I'll go to Mr. George H. Nubo. Mr. Nubo, can you please introduce yourself to our guest, please?
I don't need to call my name because you know me. But I'm one of the panelists on this show here. On this show, the show I've been trying to get you on, and you have been dodging me. So welcome.
Thank you, sir.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. George H. Nubo. I want to make you last, Mr. Fred. Alex, please introduce yourself to our guests. We can hear you, Alex. Alex, we'll come back to you.
I don't know what I can help to.
We can hear you. Alex, we'll come back to you.
We are taking time to respond. I probably.
Yeah.
All right. Fred, let have you introduce yourself. And Fred, then either you can introduce the guest or the guest can introduce yourself, and let's begin the conversation.
Okay, my name is Fred Smith, one of Liberia's finest journalists, and so I think I know Mr. Zeze informally. We grew up maybe Basa community of Buse Quarter, if that's the case, and through Pennsylvania, if that's the same Zeze. But if not, maybe that's his brother that I know. But welcome to I Beg to Differ, one of the rising platform that speak truth to power, that bring people from all political landscapes to come and talk about what they are doing to uplift the people of Liberia. So through your chairman of the women wing, Laura Tabe Kwaba, who I was very instrumental talking to her to be on the show. I know she will come join us too. But through your party, the Liberian People Party, we want to hear more from you all today. So welcome to the show and tell us something about yourself, whether I knew you through Bassa community and Buse Quarter, but I never thought I would have a privilege to introduce or to talk or interview someone from that area as chairman of a political party. Are you the same Zeze or a different Zeze?
Thank you very much uh, for having me this evening. I'm happy to be here. Whatever way you managed to have me here, I appreciate it. I thank you very much. It is, or it should be, incumbent or a responsibility of every Liberian to get out there and share the messages that he or she has so that we can move and build Liberia for all Liberians. So I'm happy to be here. And I'm sorry to my good friend Josh Numbo, who is reporting that I declined his invitation. So I think maybe we had misunderstanding. I don't usually refuse to participate in discussions. I live in Buzukoda, I live Bassa community, I live Pennsylvania. So Mr. Fred Veteran Smith, your recollection of history is correct. I am the same J. Yankwe Zizi. And for me, I have tried to distinguish myself because there are many Zizis in Liberia, specifically from Lufa County, from North Wanyama area all the way to Zozo. You will find too many Zizis, and that's why I made it clear to have a J. Yankwe, and my Zizini is spelled differently. But you can call me, you can pronounce it any way you want it. That's fine. I am the chairman of the Liberian People's Party, a party that was birthed by the Movement for Justice in Africa, founded in 1984 or 86 specifically. Former chairman, Dr. Amos Sawyer, the late Amos Sawyer, may his soul rest in peace. Dr. Wolokoli, John Kangwe, the late John Kangwe, may his soul rest in peace. So that's the history, a short of it. If you want more into it, we give it. But for me today, I'm here to see if we can discuss a lot of issues. And from debt, employment, the issue of you have 16 companies reported by the Liberian Extractive Industry Transfer Institute. We would like to go into that. So let me stop there. Thank you, sir.
Let me hold you there because you're not doing justice to the platform and to our viewing guests. You are the chairman of a political party in Liberia, a long-standing political party, and what your name tag shows is only said J. Yankwe, and you don't have that title there. So I'm going to purposely kick you off the platform, and you're going to come back with your chairman title on the How's that?
You are controlling this show. It is your area. That's your office. You decide how to characterize me. I didn't put the words there. You put it there. I'm not going to fight for it. I have it. If you don't want to associate me with it, that's fine. I'm the chairman of the Liberian People's Party, and I said that.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
When you're coming in, it will ask you for you to put your name there. So whatever you put there, that's what it's gonna bring on the platform. So I really want, because OC here is J. Yankwe, and you are the chairman. We got people watching. You know, I wanted to know
I'm
that.
The chairman, sir. I agree. Let's move forward. I'm the chairman.
Okay. You know what? I want to hold on to this, but I'm not going to hold on to this. But let's move on. You're right.
I know what if he go out and he has internet problems to come back?
Yeah, that's right. So, Fred, let's get you with a question. Let's start with Mr. Zeze.
Okay. Mr. J. Yankwe Zeze, before we go further, what is your party? I know you're the chairman of the Women Win will come and talk about women issue. But if people were looking at the party, support to women, what is the policy of your political party, Liberian People Party, when it comes to women, women rights, women issue, women representation? How will you summarize that before we go into hard issue?
Did you get him? Or I don't know if he is frozen.
Yeah, he's frozen. He's frozen. Yeah.
Because they say you frozen or what?
Technology, this thing.
Yeah. Oh, he's gone.
Okay, good. So I think he's going to come back.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I think he's going to come back. I hope he comes back with a chairman title.
He will say you're Liberian people, you're title business.
No, but he represents a major political party. I mean, and he's on a platform, and the title is not there. I mean, I find that very strange.
I think technology, probably internet is giving problem. He warned me. So I was surprised that I thought the internet was going to be fine. But so
Is he in
hopefully he
Liberia
will come back.
Yeah, he's in Liberia.
Oh.
So I don't know whether Laura.
Where is the lady? She's in Liberia too?
Yeah, she in Liberia. So she should be coming on. So I probably.
Yeah, you know. Because
we waiting. You can play some of the video, and if they come back, then we can. Yeah, the two video, one for the education fund, and then one with Samuel Jackson. One of those two, you can play when they come back. Very short, so if they come back, we just cut it off.
Maybe I'm interested in the is it a Grand GEDEH University launching? Or what?
Yeah, I think that's what he's referring to. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm interested in. Because I listened to part of what St. Jackson was saying. It didn't make any sense to me.
Okay. I thought St. John's not a man, man. You can't be throwing the man on the bus at all.
Mm-hmm.
Cannot be throwing St. Johnson on the buzzer. Oh, I put it in here twice. Okay, no problem. No problemo. I mean, so how you did today, man? I mean, you keep talking, gentlemen. The platform is still quiet.
It is. It's okay. Mm-hmm. It was not as cold as I expected, because this morning was cold.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And I worked It wasn't cold. I even had to take my sweater back to the vehicle. Yeah.
And
So
Mr. Nemo, you can imagine that you're in a car with people, and some people like to pull the windshield down. I don't know why they like to do it when the weather is cool. I mean, they want more coldness on them, but it affect others like who don't want coldness. So I had to tell the driver, you got to put it up, man. You got to put it up, man. It happened to you, Archie, or you just ride a train? You're not like going to you ride a train to go to DC or
well,
why? Some of
well for me,
I love DC train, man. The
for me,
first time I went Maryland, oh, you just see mostly women there on the train. I said, where all the men, man? Archie,
Yeah.
I love it. Women, executive women going to work. You find more women working, taking the train, going to work than men. I said, where all the men, man? Aji, can you answer that question?
All right, I think we're getting Laura Cover in the studio. All right, she hasn't come through yet.
You saw her?
She's coming through, but her device is not connected yet.
And our own Claudia, I wanted her to conduct the women portion of the show. So I don't know when she will come. If she come, then I will do it. Uh, why don't we play the video until we can get them?
I think that's what he's trying to set up.
While waiting for the video, uh, one of them would be one of the representative of Grand Jita County, Mr. Sukon. He spoke to the media after the fundraising today, $1 million fundraising by Grand Jita University. He spoke. And then the other video was Sam Jackson himself expressing not so much of his freedom, but he concerned about his wife being buried. So those are the two videos we are talking about to be played. He said, for me, I don't have a problem, but I want for my wife to have a funeral that is befitting her, the woman that I love. And so that was his sentiment that when he came, when they released him today, his lawyers and other people were behind him, but he spoke. And reporters were asking him questions, and he kept on referring to his wife, injustices done to his wife, and he want a befitting funeral for his wife. And the last question that was put to him, but he didn't answer, they wanted to know his own condition. Was he really comprehending everything that was going on with him praising himself? And he didn't respond to that. So that how that video ended.
I watched the video, but I'm more interested in the Grand University
Mm-hmm.
because I didn't hear any sound thing coming from Sam Jackson. But I'm not here alone, so if you want to play it, we'll listen to it.
he for the first time. I don't know the first time, but he more concerned about the burial going to South Africa because I heard that from him. That was information the veteran wanted to hear. Where would this woman actually be buried? And he talked about so arrangement can be made for the body to be taken to South Africa, and so during this time he has been released. I think it will be time to coordinate with the family, and then he sympathized with the families, condolences to his wife family people, and all of that for the death of his wife. And so it depends which side of the eye you find yourself. For the people who wanted to hear that from him, it was something good. For you who have an opinion made already, maybe it was not something good you
No,
want to hear.
I listen to it. I listen to
Mhm.
it. I hear it.
Now,
This,
one of
the
the
man, this the
the
man
last question.
right there, no one, and I don't go to, I don't know people or why not say, oh, my wife did not make it. That sounds like somebody who is weeping.
And that's why I wanted for him to respond to the reporter last question. Although he wanted to focus on his wife, but when the reporter asked wanted to know his own well-being. I mean, he entitled not to answer it, but if I were the one, I would have answered it. And so to give them a sense what he is going through himself, although he said he wanted to focus on his wife, but I would have gave them some what he been going through as a person. Yeah, so that opportunity of responding to that, he just walk away.
I think he was just saying what his lawyers told him.
Mm.
All the negative things that we have heard about the woman that came from him, that the woman had a sickness, he had that, and what a gift. It came
Okay,
from
I
him.
think our guest is back.
Yeah,
Mr. Zese, you can hear my voice?
he's still coming.
Yes, sir. I hear you, boss.
Okay, that's great. That's great. No, I wanted for you to touch on. I don't know whether you heard my question, but I wanted you to touch on your party constitution as it stands in support of women, either representation in whatever women undertake to do. What's your party mandate when it comes to women in politics, women in society, uplifting women standard? What's the party general agenda for women?
Well, the history of LPP isn't far from the history of the movement for justice in Africa. If you know the history of the movement for justice in Africa, you will know very well that all of the players around there have and continue to support everybody. Religious background doesn't stop us. Gender background doesn't stop us. Status, ethnicity. You can go across the board, you see. That's why, for example, you have only the female persons that went to Belayela happens to be the treasurer of the Liberian People's Party, Mistress Lucia Masale Yala. The only political female person that went to Belayela is our treasurer from the 1984. From time immemorial, since the movement of justice in Africa came to existence, it has always supported women, different religious individuals. If you look in our party, whether it's Islamic people or non-Christians, you find across the board it's a big tent, put it that way. Everybody is there to participate. So we do not have specific provision in our constitution to say you are compelled. During the last election, we made sure in order to encourage women to join our party and to support women, the registration fees that male candidates were paying We did not ask them to pay. In fact, during the election, the branch in the USA appropriated money to assist the ex-parents that were female. Each person received some money to help them with their pool washer. So we do not have a specific provision, but it is a common understanding in the Liberian People's Party that women are equal just as men. Thank you.
Let's go to youth training, youth involvement. Youth sometimes dissatisfy with the party in the fight hard till you like their leadership. What's different between the Liberian People Party and other political parties when it comes to youth upliftment, youth training, youth development? What separates you from other political parties?
Just like we treated the women or different religious background, youth is very important to the party, for that matter, for any organization. Specifically in 2024, we have programs training the youth how to analyze the budget. If my friend and brother, George Nubu, is on board, he can tell you a couple of times we forwarded to him the analysis the youth was going through. For example, some of the principal players at the Ministry of Finance might not even understand what to do with balance of payment. We train our youth on that. They don't even understand the dual currency. What's the importance? How come you have a Liberian dollar in existence with the current Liberian American dollar? They don't understand that. We go through the budget, for example. They come with analysis in terms of how come Sierra Leone government is appropriating 22% of their budget, but Liberia is only appropriating 12%. So we've been training the youth. Just this past Saturday, we're in Nuku Town to engage the citizen. What we did there was to allow the youth leader to participate in presenting a specific topic, which was the issue of whether it is a good idea to give a major activity of the government or of the country to an NGO, for example, like agriculture. Agriculture, we have concluded, for example, that it is better done by NGO than government officials. But I'm saying to you, we're training them and he presented our case. So let me not go in detail to that effect. We have a training program. As we do now, they have begun to invite veterans to talk to them. The last time, one of the veterans from the US spoke to them in 2025. The last time we had a comrade veteran, John Stewart, who lectured them. Last Thursday, Councillor Lavla Supu was supposed to lecture them, but the schedule was not arranged properly. So in terms of developing the youth, we are on there. We're trying to do our best, because without the youth, the country is going to go nowhere.
Let's go to job creation. You can have training, you can have all of that, but without job given to the youth to uplift their standard, they will feel being left off. What you look at the present government, and if it happens that the Liberian People Party come to power one day, what would be the difference between this government and the Burka government and the Liberian LPP government to be and the Burka government in terms of reaching out to youth, creating job opportunities?
That's a very interesting topic, and I'm happy you raised it. If we're going to transform Liberia, we have to be serious. We have to look at job creation as the most important factor. And the industry that we should be using should be the agriculture industry. In fact, when I was in the US, I circulated some questions around on social media, which of the industries, agriculture or infra,
Oh,
to generate jobs, especially if the country is cash strapped? Remember that phrase. If a country has limited amount of money, which of the industry will it be? Electricity, road connectivity, or agriculture?
Internet. Internet is
yeah. Well,
giving some challenge.
you are partly responsible for it. You know the internet problem, and you want to ask all the questions in the world.
But that won't stop the internet, Mr. Limbo.
No, no,
That is
no,
that's the
no.
problem.
At least other person would have been asking
No,
their
you
own
were
questions.
you were calm,
So
Mr.
normally
Limbo. It's just
everybody gonna ask questions. Everybody gonna
yeah,
Mr. I'm giving
yeah,
Fred four got a lot. One more question to ask, and then I'm gonna bring the rest of you in.
yeah. It's the internet. So while waiting, Councillor Day just joined us. Let him introduce himself. He came at the right time. Mr. Day, welcome to I Bet to Differ.
Okay, good evening,
Introduce
Mr.
yourself.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Nebo, and good evening to fellow panelists, and also good evening to our guest. I'm
Amen.
Councilor Nebo RGD, and
Okay.
work with the Minister of Justice, and one of the panelists on this show. So we want to welcome our guest, and we are listening to him to know
Okay.
what he has to say. Thank you.
And while we are waiting, let me see. Oh, Mr. Oh, he's coming back.
You got the
I think
guest
he's
on.
back.
Correct.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
ask your last question, and then bring the other guest in.
No, he trying to finish with the youth. Before I ask my last question, let me give him the opportunity to finish that. Chairman Zeze, you were
Okay,
talking about the youth. Finish that before I ask my last question.
okay. So we are saying we will have invested, for example, the 22 million. Let's look at the fishing industry. If we use that 22 million, we purchase kinos and purchase storage facility and also help the local residents from Rabo Sports or from Cape Mount, from the seacoast, all the way to Maryland Harbor. And we allow the fishermen and women to do the fishing. And we provide storage facility for the first we will divide the communities into 4 different cooperatives, one for producing, one for cleaning, one for transportation, one for marketing. So we will provide a kino, lend the money to them, to the cooperatives. Of course, there will be measures set into place for people not to destroy the cooperatives as they did in the 70s. So we'll make sure of that. So you have fishermen from Cape Mount all the way down to to Maryland. If you hear that, now you're producing fish, you always gonna have people to buy fish because it's food to be eating, and therefore people will buy the fish. So you're not gonna have the problem of demand. The demand is there. So you're gonna have jobs from time immemorial. Better yet, you can say from now on, Liberia will invest in the fishing industry so we can supply fish to the countries in Africa that are landlocked, that do not have access to sea, or that do not have a lot of rivers. So you have a market right there. So I'm saying to you, if you did that, you will be creating job versus if you invested in the yellow machine that you have. It's not that yellow machine do not create jobs, but I'm saying to you, if you want to make use of the youth who are just patrolling Monrovia on motorcycle, selling anything they can find to sell, at least just to keep the sanity, we are saying to you, create jobs that will always be there because there will be a demand to eat. And of course, if you took that same idea for the cassava farm, for raising goats and pigs, of course, you're going to have jobs throughout. And therefore, you're not going to have the problems of the youth today. And interestingly, like I said, if you look at the Liberia Extractive Industry Transparency Report, you will see that there are 16 countries, 16 companies. All of those companies are only employing people who didn't go to school. Firestone, Beer Mountain, okay, Asla Metal, Sandabi, they do not employ people who went to school. We are producing college graduates, high school graduates looking for jobs. But all your major companies, 16 of them, I just put it on my page. If you go, you see 16 of them. The only kind of people they are employing are people who didn't go to school. Firestone doesn't have interest in educating anybody because they want typers. Beer Mountain has interest in people who are digging the gold. Experimental have interest in people who are mining. They don't have interest in somebody who want to be, a chemistry major, biology major, or maybe a computer expert. Yes, they will need it, but not the number of persons who will need it. So we are producing youth without finding jobs for them. So we need to go back to the whole concept of our economic arrangement. Most of our companies are only looking for people who didn't go to school. So you have people who went to school but can't find jobs because you got companies who are not looking for people who are graduating from school. So that's why we need to focus on those areas. Thank you. Let me stop there.
My last question, it had to do with debts. With the debts the country seems to be going through, BBC recently focused on $300 trillion gap for Africa, the different governments, $300 trillion. And how do you think your party, if given the opportunity, if some of that $300 trillion gap, we can find a way through it to uplift the standard of our budget? How do we go through it with the debt crippling government? How will your government do, the Liberian People Party do something different when it comes to
That's
debt?
another interesting question. The first thing we will do is to sit down and look at the budget. In that way, we should be asking ourselves, oh Lord,
We can still hear you though.
We can hear you, Mr. Cesar.
We can hear you. Oh, we can hear you.
Now we don't.
Yeah, I think he muted himself on his screen. On his phone.
Unmute.
It doesn't show mute though.
On his screen, on his phone.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, whatever he's using.
We don't hear you.
We're not hearing this. We're not hearing
Does this?
We're not hearing
Is this it?
Mr. Cesar, we're not hearing you. We're not hearing you. We're not hearing you.
You're not looking. You're looking at us.
Yeah, you're not even looking at the screen. He's not.
We don't hear you.
Now he's finding the looks. Now you can finally see us.
I don't hear you.
I'm at freeze.
Now
Yeah. So you gotta get it and come back in.
Yeah, okay.
Well, he raised. I want to talk about an issue while he's coming back. He talks about.
Okay.
He talks about an issue when you ask him about the issue of the young people.
please mute yourself.
Yeah, let's okay. So he
Thank
talk
you.
about the job issue with the young people. Not a great idea. But I'm going to ask him, because he talked about a job and how we can supply, countries that are landlocked, which is good. That's a great market. But
I'm hearing you guys.
Okay, now we can hear you.
Go ahead, sir.
Perfect.
I'm hearing you guys.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm hearing you guys.
Oh no,
Yes, go ahead and answer the question.
No, we gotta kick him out. It's a repeat. He started. We gotta kick him out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's not. There you go.
But see,
yeah. So what I was saying, the idea is great, but what he didn't talk about, as far as the idea is concerned, is the market. What kind of market is there? What kind of fish? What kind of fish product we're going to be selling there? And from the Liberian side, what are the logistics? It's easy to say, we can sell fish to a landlocked country, but what are the logistics? Has he thought about that?
Well,
and if so, okay, he's back.
Laura is backstage, Mr. Wright. Try to bring her on, Laura.
Laura device is not connecting. I've been telling you. So, Mr. Cisse, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So I'm saying to you, we have to be realistic in terms of revenue projection. We usually overestimate the revenue, and then we end up borrowing more money. For example, let's go to 2024. Honorable J. Nima Borkai and his financial advisors told the Liberian people that they needed only 40 million as a amount needed to cover the shortfall in their revenue projection. But at the end of the year, they borrowed 229 million, 189 million plus. Okay, fine. When you're projecting, sometimes you overestimate or you underestimate. But when the period has ended, you should go back and make the adjustment. If you look back to the budget today, if you look at the 2005 or 2026 budget, 2025 or 2026 budget, you will see that the administration has not made the adjustment that you borrow additional 189 million. That's not good accounting. That's not transparency. That's bad for us because you are borrowing money and you're not accounting for it. You say you could only borrow 40 million, but you end up borrowing 229 million. You should come back and make the adjustment. If for any reason your revenue projection was wrong and you borrow more money to cover the revenue, you should say so. You shouldn't give us the impression that it's okay. Look, we got to go back to 2010. 2010, the international community and good-loving people canceled 4.7 billion debt. The only debt we had in 2010 was the domestic debt of 260 million. But here today we are 2.6 billion. What have we done with the money we borrow? What have we done with the money we borrow? I don't want for us to borrow additional money. I'm saying let's look at what we're doing. But better yet, if you don't want to borrow money, then you should make sure to get good number of revenue from your concessionary companies. Let's take Metal C, for example. Metal C, we had 30% share in it. It dropped to 15%. Why? Why did it drop to 15%? In 2021, the world market price for iron ore was $131. But if you look in the Liberian Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative report, the Metal C reported $75 as the price they used to sell the iron ore 6 million to their parent. That's not fair. It means they underestimated our revenue. It means we collected less revenue. That will force us to borrow more money. If we can collect more money from these concessionary companies, then of course we don't have to borrow more money. But because we are not collecting the appropriate amount, even though the agreements are fraudulent, we are not able to finance our budget, meaning schools, hospitals, roads, healthcare. We have to stop that. We have to be realistic and borrow the correct money. Here we have the diamond, the gold. We allow foreigners, we allow public officials to go and dig to go and dig the diamond, and the government gets nothing. In Nimba, people are rushing to dig the gold and diamond. How come why are we allowing individuals to steal from the government? Of course, that's why we say Unity Party and CDC are remnants of the True Party. They only borrow money, eat the money, of course, can't account for the money, which is bad. And that's why we're saying the Liberian People's Party with Tiawon Konglo.
Okay. Well, and on Taiwan Gonglo, then we'll go to Mr. Nubu for his question.
Oh, I mean, that my own friend here, Zeze.
Okay, hold on. Let him finish. Are you done with this? He went off.
A minute, he will talk for the whole day.
Okay, now politicians. Let Mr. Nubu come to your questions, please.
Well, my question number one, or my statement number one, the only party I'm registered member of is LPP. And
so should no. You are a registered member of the party. You should not be asking your chairman.
Let me make my statement. I say I'm making statement.
Oh, you're not going to ask questions because this is your chairman. You can be asking your chairman questions.
I will ask questions later on, but I'm making statement.
No, but your chairman, you can be asking your chairman question.
No. I gotta make.
Let also who not member of the party ask the question.
Okay, let me make my statement first.
Okay, go ahead.
Chairman Zeze, what Mr. Smith is doing is to steal the LPP ideas for his candidate. That's why he's asking you, how you will handle the employment issue, unemployment issue, how you will handle the issue.
Stop it.
Everything in a briefcase to take it to a party.
Stop it.
Thank you.
Okay.
I didn't get the question, sir. When you write it, I didn't get the question.
No,
I did not get a question.
I'm saying Zeze was picking Smith was picking your mouth. So he will steal the LPP idea and take it to his political party. So don't talk too much. He want to steal the idea for 2029.
Are you true, sir?
I'm telling you.
Oh my God. Okay. Because you want to respond to
No. For us, the Liberian People's Party, believe in the engaging citizens. Whether they are members of different political parties, that's irrelevant. We need for every Liberian to understand our problems and the possible solutions. LPP really is not insisting that it has to be in power before the people can be relieved of the problem.
Okay.
So whatever ideas we have, we'll share with people. If they can use it and bring relief to the people of Liberia, we'll be happy. That's why today we are telling Honorable Joseph Nima Bokai that we should visit the fraudulent 64 agreements, at least to know who the perpetrators are. Let's understand the scheme that were used to defraud Liberia so we can prevent a repeat. So we really don't care whether it's somebody stealing our ideas or not. We want for everybody to understand why we are suffering, why we are not employing students, why we're not employing ladies. If you are 16 countries are only looking for people who didn't go to school, why are you graduating people from school when you do not have companies to employ them? That's what you and I should be discussing. Well, don't worry about whether Unity Party will carry that. We'll be happy if Honorable Bokai can actually follow his promise that we're going to start adding values. When we begin to add values, then we'll create more opportunity for more people to be employed. If Bokai can take that idea and run away with it, we'll be happy. So we don't have problem with talking more because we believe there's a need to engage the citizen so we can understand where we want to go. Thank you, Laura, for coming. I see your beautiful face and you prepare to give correct answer. I trust you. Thank you very much for coming.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Zeze. Madam Laura, she seems her camera is frozen. Madam Laura, are you there? Yeah, her camera is frozen. Well, you'll have to get back and come back in, Madam Laura. Just like your chairman has been doing here tonight. But Mr. Zeze, before I go to the next panelist, I want to engage you a little bit. You spoke of
thank you, sir.
When a question was asked to you about youth employment, you mentioned the fishery. And I don't disagree with that. The fishery is one of the areas with lots of opportunities that we can explore and bring about employment. I want you to give us a little bit of details, and it will. Let's just keep it concise, Chairman, because the other panelists want to come in too. So, tell us in a very concise manner when you say let's look at the fishery. It's an area of lots of opportunity. We can use that to sell fish to countries that are not on the coast, the landlocked country. Talk to us about the process. Because it's easy to say, yeah, we can sell fish to, Burkina Faso and Niger, what have you. But there are a lot of stuff that goes into it. What would you do? What would be the finance that goes into that? The logistics that goes into that? Talk to us about that.
It's gone.
Now you got to come back. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Liberia, man.
He's gone, no, but I think he worked with finance when Stephen Tower was there.
That's good.
Stephen Tower was selling shrimp to Japan.
Yeah, on the Messerado group, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, yes. It is back, so that's good.
So there's market. Anyway, I don't want to jump in front of him.
Chairman, can you hear us?
He's still coming in.
No, I didn't really get the question you asked. You said I did not answer the question, or what?
I'm gonna be just go. Okay, you talk about countries that you identify the market. You said countries that are landlocked. Have the party or have you done any market research in those countries, in this country? Secondly, what will be the finance that will be needed to get this a promising venture off the ground and make it successful? Lastly, what will be the logistics? How will you identify the logistics and how will you deploy the logistics to get this thing successful?
Sir, I just said to you the 22 million that you just used to purchase the yellow machine. Instead of purchasing the yellow machine, invest it into purchasing storage facility and canoes or boat to fish.
Okay. So that's the finance, and you talk. So the storage cannot be all the logistics, or is that all the storage?
You guys are dead. I mean,
are you hearing
everything going off on you guys?
I'm hearing you guys. Not hearing him?
All right.
No, I'm hearing him now.
Okay.
I didn't hear you guys, but
are you hearing him? Mr.
He said,
I am hearing you, but I'm saying to you, the 22 million that was used to purchase the yellow machine, that's the source of the money. I'm saying instead of using that money to buy a yellow machine, why don't you invest it into equipment and facilities that can generate jobs and that there will be a demand for the product that you get from fishing? If you fish, you can sell the fish to Liberians. Beyond that, you can sell to other countries. You telling me if there's a feasibility studies? You don't have to waste your time. There's a shortage of meat in many of the African countries. If you want to sell fish, you're not going to have problems selling the fish. In fact, you're selling fish not only to Africans, you're selling fish across the world. So that should not be a problem in terms of demand. There's no shortage of the demand for fish. I don't think so.
Well, I beg to differ, Chairman.
That's my
I
point.
beg to differ because it's my understanding that you're somebody with a financial background, and what I'm hearing from you is that you're suggesting that we invest into a project without getting the full scope of the project, and this is where I beg to differ. Yes, everything can be consumed. Everything can be
Okay,
consumed.
so
Clothes can be worn, shoe can be worn, lotion can be used for the body, but we got to identify the market, the target market. And you said the in-law countries can be used. I'm saying, have we done a study in there? Because you want to put $22 million in there now, Chairman. 22 million is all you want to put in there. And you're saying, well, it doesn't matter because everybody eat fish. So let's just go put the money in there. I beg to differ on that.
let's move forward, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll take that. I'll take
I
that
accept your
concession.
disagreement. Let's move forward.
Okay, I'll take the concession. Let go to the national chair lady of the LPP, Madam Laura Corva, to introduce herself to the platform. Welcome, Madam Corva. How are you doing today?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be on this very big platform. I beg to differ, and I'm honored to be here. And I want to recognize my chairman, uh, Mr. Zizek, who is here with me. Thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
for
Yeah.
introduction, my name is Laura.
Go.
Yeah, thank you. So for introduction, my name is Laura Takrekova. I'm the national chair of the women's wing of the Liberians People Party. Um, Also coming from the civil society background, where we have worked within the women's leadership and political participation space, pushing the rights of women, making sure that women are active in the civic space, they are active within civic participation. So I'm glad to be here on the platform.
Thank you. I will come back to you, Madam Corva, but I want to go to the other panelists so that he can engage your chairman. Councilor Day,
Yes.
do you have any comment or question for the chairman?
Maybe introduction too.
I do. Oh no. I will still like to listen to the guests and get out some point before I ask my question.
Thank you.
Follow him. So my
Okay.
question is the first.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Could you introduce yourself to the guest, please? I don't think you did while he was here.
No, I did.
While he was on?
I did. Yeah.
While
Okay.
Laura was on,
You mean should I reintroduce myself?
oh yeah, the new guest.
Okay, the new guest. Okay. Yeah, again, I'm Councillor Youngba GEDEH, one of the panelists, and we are here to listen to the LPP, one of the vibrant political parties in Liberia. So we are here to know that fight. So I want to say thank you from my side.
Thank you, Councillor. I will not go back to, you know what, Mr. Nubo. I think it's only fair that you ask a question. Ask questions.
I gotta ask questions.
Yeah, because we're not, the panelists are not many. So, but when the other panelists come,
I
I'm
mean,
going to, you're not going to ask a question
you are
here.
thinking
Go ahead,
I'll
ask.
be throwing no softball to my partisan.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Oh, maybe I need to start with Madam Kova. Oh, we have some issues about female abuse, gender abuse. And on the show here, maybe a week or so ago, I was asking about Lima Boy. And what I'm saying is that I know why those of you who are involved in this advocacy for female, why you people do not get involved in these things here to bring justice to women. I mean, we have all kind of crimes being committed in the country. So no, I'm not asking you as LPP women wing or cheer. I'm asking you as a lady who is involved with female rights. I mean, I'm asking about female lawyers association and all the human rights organization. All of them are mute. What are they afraid of? So please, I want you to comment on that. Thank you. Another example is this Sam Jackson wife. That's the latest one. I hope she's not froze.
Yeah.
And what is this smiling for?
All right, Mr. Nubat. Okay, she's back.
Okay, thank you.
I got your question. Sorry.
So my question is why you are not active?
The question
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I got the question. I will say that the women in Liberia, the advocates, women's rights advocates, gender advocates in Liberia, I will a little bit not agree with you when you say not active. It depends at what level we are carrying on advocacy. Is it just about advocacy of being in the streets or advocacy of being on Facebook, or is it advocacy of meeting the authorities to take action? So the civil society space right now, women's rights activists are not I think we are graduating from the level of just holding placards in our hands and standing on the street, but we are right now at the level of meeting authorities, having meetings, having conferences with people of authority. And the issue about Mr. Jackson's wife, his late wife, sorry, when the issue came up, I think you saw the movement that was headed by Madam Sokali, right? We went to the police station. I was there that day. The purpose for that meeting was not to say he's guilty or not. It was to re-echo our cry for justice for people who have been affected by gender-based violence. And that was why I was there that day for the I would not say protest we had, but it was a peaceful gathering, and we were able to meet with the police director, and we met with other people and talk. So that's the stage right now we meet at. So if you say not active, it depends what you expect the women to be doing. But right now, what we're doing is you hold placards. If you're not meeting the people of authority, you will not get, there'll be no results. But I can say the women of Liberia are doing well when it comes to that. We are speaking out. We are creating more awareness on gender-based violence. If you see most of the civil society, especially women-led organizations or women-focused organizations, you see more awareness going towards gender-based violence. So these are some of the approaches that women are using.
Okay, thank you. There are lots of gender violence that go on in that country, and I don't fear, the efforts people make. That's why I brought that out. And since Jackson late wife,
yes, and before I
our minds, that's why I give it as example. But Rick, wife beating, all these things, like gender violence. Those are the things I'm talking about. So no,
Yeah,
I think
sure, of
I think
course. Of course. So let me speak on the issue of rape and other things because that's one of the most common things that's happening around here. The women are also speaking on the issue of rape. You see, there are stages when it comes to the entire advocacy, and there are certain limits. When the government has taken responsibility, if a case is reported, we have to allow the government to do their job. So if a rape case if rape incident happens, it's our work to make sure that government hears about that. So once the government get the information and we see general ministry getting involved, the police is getting involved, you have to give them space to do the investigation. And also we are monitoring the process. So that is why I said, you see, most of the time, the women, we're not just holding placards, but we're making sure that people of authority are involved with the advocacy that we're doing. And that is include meeting them, having conversations with them. Most of the time you check on the internet, you'll see, okay, this so and so group have met with the police, they have met with gender ministry, and that is what the women are into right now. And we'll continue to carry on awareness about what is going on in the country. And
thank
one
you.
thing that okay.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Nubo.
We have a full house. So
Yes.
I will keep my question for Chairman Mao.
No, Mr. Nubo, I gotta hold you right there, sir.
No, I say I will keep it.
Aha! Let me hold you right there. You are a partisan, and we can't be allowed you asking your partisan question. That's not cool. So we have a full house now. Mr. Chairman and Madam Chair Lady, we have been joined by two of our other panelists. And so I'm going to go to them so that they can introduce themselves to you and your chairman. And then we're going to come back. In the next 17 minutes, we're going to go to the line to take calls. And then we also sometimes we take about 2-3 calls. Tonight, I may just bring in maybe the 2 because I have a full house. And I wanted people to listen to you rather than, all that other stuff. So, Mr. Nepe, let's start with you, sir. Please introduce yourself to our guests.
The host has muted.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I see something else. Good afternoon, panelists, fellow Liberians, our guests on the show this evening. It's a pleasure that you are on our platform. My full name is Christopher J. Nipe. I am the former political and consular officer for Liberia. And I serve at its mission near Washington, D.C. It's a pleasure being on the show with you this evening. And I want to say thank you so much. For those of our family members, friends, acquaintances, and other Liberians in the radio land, let me say a big welcome to you. On our show, I beg to differ, because on our show, we tend not to vilify people. We tend not to undermine individuals. What we do, your points that you raise or the information you bring to our attention, in most cases, we will beg to differ because the mind is a complex engine. The complexity of the mind gives rise to various opinions, various ideas, various suggestions, etc., and etc. It is against those backgrounds that we beg to differ on the issues that we will be bringing up, the questions we'll be asking, contingent on what you will be saying. And I want to welcome the chairman of, I think it is LPP party, whose name I am not acquainted with, but I think in the chat room I read about a Mrs. Kova. I will think, therefore, that she was the last speaker who was trying to answer the question about female gender violence. So welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Napier. I go to Madam Claudia Emotions Smith. Madam Smith, please introduce yourself to our guest. Mr. Napier, I'm going to put you
Okay,
on mute.
thank you very much. Good night to be here tonight, and I'm so excited to have our honorable incoming, Madam Kova, and of course the chairman.
So you know her like that, okay?
Incoming
Just to give
president.
us to know more about politics and everything we need to know more about. Taking it smooth for now, you know. And our honorable incoming Kova, just know that I'm here, sister. Okay, so we're gonna make sure this is balanced and be very informative. We need the world to know how very elevating the women are and how intellectual we are and how we can manage, we can handle it. So I'm happy to have you on board.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to rise up to the occasion and engage you on that, Madam Claudia. You are going to take over the show and run the show for tonight. How's that?
Oh wow! Okay.
Yes, please. Go
All
ahead.
right. I'll try to do my best.
Archie, you think that
All
it's
right,
a
so
good idea?
Yes, I think it is.
Because you and I allow me to ask Madam Kova a question.
Go ahead, Claudia. Go ahead.
I put up my hand, or you and I recognize me. Go ahead.
No, you know the God suffrage ever said, so he is right. Let Claudia take over.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we are excited. We are heading towards something that the entire nation is looking forward to, 2029 elections. And it's an election where we are optimistic. We know it could go any way. Any gender can rule, any age can rule, and we have started seeing it already in the legislative we are in today. So I want to start off with first acknowledging the fact that you have not only been focusing on the political aspect of Liberia, but you have also been engaging with the younger generation, the generational leaders, most especially people under 25, which is something that we have to give you kudos to, because we know that the newer generation are the ones that they seem more serious. So we're going to focus on the caucus, why it's so important for women in particular to be unified with something that could strengthen their voice. And what is the caucus? What is the alliance that we find a lot of the women that want to partake in politics are forming into, being a part of? And for the chairman, it's also important to also know that we have two guests on the show. So I don't know how we'll do this, if we're going to talk to each person at one time, or Archie, if you can come in a bit.
Came together
Are we addressing one person at a time?
Was more than just a meeting. At the Kofi Annan conference room at the United Nations House.
Okay, I see a video up. Should we talk about this video first?
Yeah, Claudia, you conducting the show.
Oh, okay, sorry. All right, so what you're seeing on the screen right now, something that it's not new. our country
Everybody mute,
periodically.
mute your Claudia, sorry, mute your phone. Mute your phone.
Claudia, go ahead.
Okay, is the feedback on?
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason why we invited Madam Kova on the program is because of this recent meeting. We'll call it a meeting because it's something that's very Yes, it's very important in strengthening the women, especially women that want to partake in politics, and not just to
especially women that want to partake in politics, and not just
leadership, but also support of leadership. So women coming from across the regions of Liberia,
coming from across the regions of
who have
Liberia,
backgrounds. Some backgrounds are related
some
to
backgrounds are related to
political, for their knowledge of politics.
knowledge of politics.
Okay, I'm having like a feedback.
Yeah, I already.
Let it mute.
This line was okay. It was okay now, gentlemen. Clara, go ahead.
All right, so this alliance that normally goes on periodically, I've noticed that we've had it a few elections. It's highly sponsored. I can remember and in this strengthening package, it not just involves workshops and trying to let everyone know the rights and the wrongs, the pros and the cons, but it's also about financially supporting each individually. Because in politics, it's not just about talking the talk. Sometimes you have to do financial engagements, projects, and things that will create that that teamwork and that follower, helping you in your campaign and so forth. Well, I know that Madam Kova has been very fierce for the past, let's say, for as far as I've been knowing her, knowing her engagement, not knowing her directly, personally, we've never met, but I've been following. I've seen some of her group initiatives, getting young people involved. I've sent young people her way, and each individual female has never been turned away, never been let down. Some are successful because of her. And I know that she's well aware and knowledge about what is going on as it relates. So, Ms. Laura Kova, we invite you tonight to be able to give us more insight on what we're seeing right now on the screen. We're going to play it so that we can allow our viewers to understand why this program is important, not just for Liberia, but for the women, because women right now are in power and they are having good reports. And we need that to be more of. We need more of that, especially across counties, not just individual counties like Margibi and Grand Cape Mount, but other counties too should benefit from female leadership. So if we can play a bit of this video, so our audience can understand what
About
recently
25 members of the Coalition of Political Parties Women in Liberia gathered to validate the group's revised constitution. Now, on the surface, this may sound like routine paperwork, but organizers say it is much more bigger than that. The meeting was about rebuilding a coalition that was created to unite women across party lines and strengthen their voices in Liberia's politics. According to Sister Aids Liberia, which co-organized the event, the coalition has gone through internal divisions and misunderstandings, weakening its ability to push for women's interests. For more on this, go to frontpageafricaonline.com.
That's it, Claudia.
All right, so thank you very much. All right, so we know now that there's something brewing in the pot. There is support, but we also know that there has been challenges because the nation has questioned, why is all this support coming towards these female political, engagers, but no good results? We always get a less than 20% result, especially during the electoral process. Some women hardly even get one vote. And I'm hearing that there's a lot of challenges. And this is interesting to note. And I think that Madam Kova could be of, interest and help to get us to better understand what is the challenges so that we can work towards those challenges and making those challenges go away so that we can have a better, stronger 2029 for the women that want to be in power or are already in power and want to remain in power. So I'm going to hand the program now over to Archie, since you're in the first window, to kind of start us off maybe with questions.
Let's put the chairman out there. Chairman Zeze, your Madam Laura dropped. I think her connection has an issue. So Claudia is asking about women involvement, and I think you listened to the video, right? Did you?
Thank you very much for that important question. I visited or participated in series of meetings along with our international partners. At the time, they were insisting that political parties should give 30% seats to the ladies, which is a brilliant idea. But here we go again. We try to separate politics from economics. We cannot separate the two. Most of the people in Liberia are poor, including the women that we want for them to participate. My recommendation, if of course the lady now who is the Minister of Youth and Sports, Councillor Cornelia Togba, if she can remember, I specifically stated that we need to create some economic activities. The same way we're saying we give 30% political space to the ladies, why don't we insist on that as well in the economic arrangement so that at least they can become powerful and be independent? They don't have to rely on the devil, if I can use that name, or a patron who will later on dictate to you what you say and what you don't say. So we have to focus on that. We can't just say political power or economic power. So in our advocacy, that's what we're saying, let's go back to the drawing board. I specifically stated to you, go back to the Liberian Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative report of 2023. You got 16 companies. Most of the jobs they're offering are jobs that do not require education. Can we revisit that? Can we begin to add values and then we'll create space for the women to be employed? But right now, if you say, for example, women who graduated, where are they going to be employed? When most of our companies want people who didn't go to school. Firestone, for example, Firestone is looking for typers. So we need to look at our economic arrangement to at least enable the women to be economically powerful in order to be independent in making political decisions. For me, if we begin to focus on that, we'll be going in the right direction. Other than that, we'll only be giving political power to people who do not have the economic power and in essence might not be independent to make decisions. That's my concern.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Here's what I want us to do. I know we got Madam Laura back, but I want us to go to the line. The time is 6:30. It's 10:30 there till you're in Liberia. This is where I catch my listener because they're still up. Hopefully a few of them. And so we'll go to the line and then get our listeners to participate in the program. We do have the chairman of LPP, Mr. J. Yankwe Zeze, and his Women Wing chair lady, national chair lady, Madam Laura Kova, on the show today. Alex, are you there? Alex, studio. I know you told me you're listening, even though you're not. I know you told me you're listening, even though you're not. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, please take out to the line, sir. All right, please take out to the line, sir.
All right.
At this point, gentlemen, we mute everybody. Gentlemen, we mute everybody on the line, and then when the call is done,
Different political
Okay, so
parties
folks,
came
that's it. Yeah,
together
this evening.
Tuesday in Montreal.
Sorry.
It was more than just a meeting. At the Kofi Annan conference.
Yeah. I need to pause that video. Yeah, 0776 105 105 881 14 3504. 0776 105 105 881 14 3504. Let's hear from you. The line is open here this evening. 776 105 105 will be part of the show. I beg to differ. 0776 105 105 881 14 3504 and the numbers to put you through here this evening. 776 105 105 881 14 3504 and let's hear you. 0776 105 105 881 14 3504. We pick up this first caller here this evening. Hello.
Yeah, Mr. Wulu. Good evening. Are we live? Good evening to our professors. Welcome into the evening class, the first day of the week. And good evening to
Go ahead, Brikatu. What happened to your line?
am I live?
You are live. Go ahead, Chief.
Our professors getting us?
They're getting you clear.
Okay, thank you. I said good evening to all of our professors. Welcome into the evening class and good evening to our studio guest. To our guest, my name is retired captain Emmanuel Esdo. All I know as well, you don't force right there to do the right thing. And we're pulling this evening from Jebu in GEDEH County. Thank you. We have a question on our guest. Carrying and pushing the message of women being empowered into national leadership, be it appointed positions or elected one. But what do you think that if women are opportune to have appointed positions and that are elected ones in numbers, being in majority as compared to their male counterpart, what do you think the difference that they're going to bring on the table as compared to their male counterparts who are in majority in percentage of our national leadership? What really you think that women can bring to the table that will be different in terms of development, in fact, less in terms of good leadership ability as compared to the male counterpart? That will be different, that can convey the world that indeed empower women compared to male. Thank you.
Thank you so much for don't you go that way. 776 105 105 881 14 3504. 0776 105 105 881 14 3504. And let's hear you here on the phone line. 0776 105 105 881 14 3504. 0776 105 105 881 14 3504. While we await a course, we keep the things on rolling here.
My people are your time. Top FM 105.3. We on the air. Leader, shout. Sheku Koroma.
0776 105 105 881 14 3504. pick up 2 more calls and then we go back to the panelists here. 776-105-105, 881-14-3504, and the number support you through 0776-105-105, 881-14-3504. And let's hear from you here this evening.
God, Mr. Kotubo, bring that sense. Ready veterans, big one of them. I'm a bright up and play clear. Anthony, of you guys, you make me think them. God, you're sweet, strong woman, yeah. You're wrong, she goes there. Leader G, how this side, for me, counting, feeling like Timber people, you're ready. Steady, steady.
Let's hear from you tonight. 0776-105-105, 881-14-3504. Go back 0776-105-105, 881-14-3504. And you're going to be live here on top 105.3. So to make it clear to everyone of you, because you only have one time to get it. So can pick for the time low 776-105-105, 881-14-3504. It doesn't mean that we'll go back for the second batch, then we'll put it in. But for now, we'll look forward to another people to take them. 776-105-105, 881-14-3504, and let's hear from you. The line is open here this evening. 776-105-105, 881-14-3504.
Ready, veterans, big one of them. Almost right, the top and play clear. Anthony, of you guys, really make me think fair. Claudia, sweet, strong woman, yeah. If you're wrong, she goes say, Leader G, how this side, home is down, we the line. Timber people, we are ready. Remember, steady, steady. Rumpus to down from
Alex. Alex.
Yeah, Mr. Rai.
Set it back. We're allowed to discuss tonight.
Okay. So that's it. My people will hold it back, turn it back to the panelists and continue the show because we can't keep our guests waiting over and over. So we have to hold it there with the call section and go back to them. So it's up to you guys, Mr. Rai. We can take
all right. If you get a call, let us know.
Okay.
Okay. But I wanted to. So the guy saying, I think you hear the one question that came through.
Let Woodrow mute himself.
Chairman says it.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Did you
sir.
hear the question the callers asked?
No, I didn't.
Okay, the question was, what difference will women participation bring to the table?
Wow. We
Chairman, can you hear
had
me?
experiences of different personalities in terms of women. Take, for example, the late powerful president of the University of Liberia, Dr. Mary Anthony Brown Sherman. See her activities, and you can say, yes, somebody represented us. Or better yet, look at the current foreign minister, her performance, or go back to with the fault of the former president.
Oh, Liberia.
Says this is going.
Okay. Mr. Nippy, are you there?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, so all right, so he's back again. You keep going in and out.
I'm back. I was saying, if we just look for the kind of policies and have the right people around and a person and a gender, you're gonna have a good performance. So whether it's a male or female, it depends on the policies and the kinds of people that particular leader decides to surround himself or herself with. So you can have a person today, if they have the wrong advisors, there are chances that person not going to perform, whether a female or a male. So for us in the party, we don't look at gender. We look at what are the policies. That's what we look at.
Okay. At this point, I want to go to Mr. Nippy. He has not asked any questions since. Mr. Nippy, any question or comment for the guests? We are hoping that your cheerleader can join us again because she's trapped.
He talked about 30% of opportunities being made available to the female. He gone again.
Yeah, he's buffering. Okay, he's back again. So.
And social services working side by side. Learn more at breadforthecity.org.
I like to go back into history and reigning with personalities such as Mrs. Collins, who was Bon County first representative in the House of Representatives. Elizabeth Collins.
Elizabeth Collins.
Me Kokoya, even the lady who founded Banga, Madame Swa Koko. These were legendary ladies that had opened the corridor for female participation. Come to remember also Ellie Mae Sandamani, the first female city mayor of Liberia, and then we elevate that thought to Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. And why do I say so? I believe women can do very well when you give them the opportunity, because those in the past have demonstrated very well that they were up to the task. Having said that, my question is to the chairman. In providing a 30% political participation to females, you have regularly said that economic ventures, economic activities should be made available or could be made available. My question is, in the context of that explanation, what do you see? How do you see it? And how can it be done that at least out of the female that will be vying for political seats, what kind of economic ventures could be afforded them, and how do they get the finances for those undertakings? That would be the question.
Chairman says it?
Well, for our political party, we don't have a.
I don't know if he.
Chairman says it?
Froze again.
No, he's not. He's moving.
Am I to speak?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. The question you asked, whether we're going to get finance, our party is not one of those parties that got access to money. And you can ask our chair lady, she's aware of that. We believe that trying to get money is a good idea, but we believe if we can better explain ourselves to the populace, to the voters, money gonna come. The moment voters begin to see that you are attracting voters and you are attracting people who believe in your policies, they will come and help you out. There are a lot of Liberians who are tired and frustrated with the remnants of the Trugy Party that happens to be the CDC and the Unity Party. If we begin to put good policies together and begin carrying out or preaching transformative ideas, you're going to see, for example, we just said
Okay.
I don't know how we'll get this corrected.
No, I mean, this is completely out of our control. This is with the local connection there.
I provided that political background to have enhanced his ability to answer the question, but the question is not being answered.
He's back. He's back.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question, so I'm waiting until he explains.
Okay, all right. He's back, so let's have him on.
I'm saying to you, you have a lot of money circulating in this country in the hands of the few. We should begin, for example, former Speaker of the House, Honorable J. Fonati Kofa, stated on public media that when the budget is finished, they invite leaders of agency and increase the budget with the promise to get a kickback. Why are we asking for that? Why? The president of the Republic of Liberia increased borrowing by borrowing 189 million. What happened to that money? We are saying it will begin to raise those critical issues, or better yet, go back to the 16 billion. Most of that money came during the period of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the powerful president of the Republic of Liberia. In 2017, rather we focus on Honorable George Weah. Why can't we visit that information and begin to find it, not necessarily to prosecute anybody, but let's get the correct information. It will begin to raise serious issues, critical issues. You're going to see that the people of Liberia will be tired with the remnants of the Trugy Party, happens to be the CDC and Unity partisans, and they will focus for an alternative. Not one of those rich fat cats who want to be a Donald Trump of Liberia. Rather, somebody who is willing to bring in programs that will uplift the development of Liberia, whether we're talking about women, we're talking about children, we're talking about the old age, we're talking about religious background, should not be an obstacle to political empowerment.
Mr. Nippy, your follow-up?
Well, I tend to differ with him because I think he's coming at the 70th hour of the whole thought about a 30% participation, wherein he drums the issue of economics, activities for the females. Now, with telling Joe, his own party has not begun that process. So my question in that direction, instead of taking us back to Trugy Party that went since more than 45 years ago, the remnants thereof, what is his party doing to empower the female economically such that drive them towards the political seats? What is his party doing to empower the females such that drive them towards obtaining or being elected to political offices? Should at least of the 30% of our 5 million persons will be 10 will be what, 5,000? So you're talking about 5,000, about 15 or more ladies could occupy that seat. I mean those seats. Or 30 persons could go into the House of Representatives, and we divide the 15 in the upper house and 15 in the lower house. What is he doing? What charge? What programs because he talks about policy, and we all know about policy. We all know about policy. Policy only drives. Policy is the directional, it's a bearing that you take to accomplishing certain goals and objectives. Policy has do and done. What are you doing in your own party that will drive, that will enhance the economic viability of those females, making them to be prepared this 70th hour, 3 years to 2029, that they can be enhanced, properly enhanced and equipped with the requisite financial capacity that lands them into those seats? That would be the question.
Again, like I said, our party does not go to the devil, whether that Metal Steel, Firestone, Beer Mountain, or the rich fat cats in Monrovia with bags in our hands begging for money. We are saying to you, if we can begin to engage the citizens, the communities of the rural towns, and we begin to work together, whether it's a cassava farm we're going to build, whether it's sugarcane farm we're going to build, or whether we'll make up cooperatives to see how we can carry out some work, there where we are. We don't have bags in our hands looking for money, like the fat cats are looking for money, buying votes, building bridges overnight. We are of the opinion that if we can galvanize the people to understand why we are where we are, how come Firestone since 1926 did not build high school in Firestone? How come the government of Liberia is not building schools? Even though the Unity Party told us they built 300 schools in their 12 years, we don't see the schools. I'm saying to you, we need to educate the people, not just giving them money to win and later on to be controlled or dictated to by people who give them the money. We don't want to go that route. That route is easier. It's very easy to collect money from a rich man and go win a political power. You're not going to be independent. We don't buy that idea. So if somebody thinks that we're going to go out there with hats in our hands begging for money, that's not the way we're going to go, sir.
Well, thank you. Let me just interject. 1 minute, 1 second, Mr. Wright. Just on 1 minute. This interjection has to do with a little clarification. Even though I am more than annoyed with Firestone having come to Liberia in 1927, paying nothing for 1,000 acres of land, and even at that rate, they are not paying our people very, very, very handsomely. I decry that, and I think it's a travesty of human value. But I want to differ with you on the point that Firestone has not built a school. You have the Haber High School in Firestone.
Right.
You have the Haber Multilateral High School in Firestone. That was built by Firestone. So I just thought to interject and make that little clarification. Why is it that I agree with you? You're not going to hold bags. But I thought your party has some finances that they could just give to the females that they're such as the cheerleader, that the cheerleader could use to put our sisters in the market to make them economically viable, such that transition or translate into voting for your party in 2029. And that was the central basis for my question.
Thank you.
Chairman, you want to respond quickly?
Well, if I give the impression that there's no high school, high school came to Firestone 2006. From 1926 on Am I on the floor?
You are, Chairman. Please go ahead. Oh, gosh.
Firestone, go to Liberia. Honorable J. Christopher Nepe, you're my senior player. I grew up in the barracks with you, but you don't know me. I know you. a very honorable gentleman, a professional person. I admire you, sir. I'm saying to you that look in Morovia. How many high schools do you have? Government high schools do you have? Just yesterday, I was on the net to find out how many government senior high schools you have in the counties. You do not have any record of that. How many trained teachers do you have? You don't have that. I'm saying to you, if we went and borrow, look, go to the micro loan institutions you have in Morovia. They will give a lady $400 to make market, and they will compel her to pay that money within a month, and maybe the interest rate is about 28%.
You're done, Chairman?
Hello?
No, well, so I'm saying to you, the way we want to do it is for all of us to work together, to suffer together, to know what it takes to be a political party in the kind of environment where we're in, where the economic system is rigged against the poor, you know. So they have to understand that. If they do not understand that, in fact, there are people who are trying to suppress them and manipulate them, and you just give them money, they will follow the money. And that's not the way to go.
I think you came in. Yeah, there's some. Oh God, I think he's in twice here. Hold on. I think you're in here twice. That's why. Yeah, you're in here twice. So let me drop this one. Let me drop you on this one. Okay. All right. You should be good now.
Can I cover my questions?
Yeah, sir. Come in now if you have any question. Come in. I think.
Okay. I have several questions. Maybe it depends on the answer. Okay, I want to ask the chairman, is LPP his first political party that he ever joined or been part of?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because I see more acquisition that you provide so blade and finding the solution. That provided the solution. My question is, you sound like a political economist, and I want to drag my question in this light. And Labrador is an economy that heavily depends on extractive industry with limited agricultural production and with significant dependence on foreign aid. My question is, what economic policy who LPP implement or implore to transition our country from exporting raw material, thereby making it an economy that may be diversified and value-based. Maybe to promote industrialization or to strengthen the agricultural sector or provide for sustainable inclusive growth. What policy can LPP provide? If we can say that. You get me?
For some reason, he keep coming in double. I don't know. He's probably pressing something on his device.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm sure he got your question because he was okay. Hopefully he comes back. Okay, he's back. But wait, Madam Laura, she's not even trying to come back. She's going for the night.
Well, let me quickly tell the gentleman, I am not an economist. By profession, I'm a CPA, New York State. I became a bookkeeper from Tottenham High, LU, what have you. But the LPP is saying the best way to do it, let's forget about iron ore, for example, because it calls for intensive capital investment. But why not use agriculture, which is, it might not call for a lot of money if we went to that area, whether we assisting the youth, the women. Why don't we start there? Let's form 4 cooperatives, whether it's cassava, whether it's yam, whether it's breeding meat, whether it's fish, whether it's weaving clothes, whatever have we, form 4 cooperatives. The first layer of cooperative should be the producer. The second layer of cooperative should be the one that will do the cleaning, if it is rice, for example, or if it is fish. The third layer of cooperation would be transportation. The fourth layer of cooperation would be marketing. If you had those 4 layers of cooperatives, and of course, making sure that people who are in the managerial level area are giving their assets or giving assets as bonds, so that if anything goes wrong, the cooperatives got something to hold on. If you have that kind of measures put into place, you will discourage corruption that hinder the cooperatives in the 70s. And if you did that, you're going to create a lot of economic activities, and you're going to have a lot of people employed, whether it's the youth, whether it's the women, because you're not going to have the hindrance that is affecting many of the activities, especially if it comes to rice production. There's a study out there that clearly states the reason why most people in the rural towns find it difficult to produce rice. It is because the demand is not there in terms of not that the demand, the ability to produce is limited. If you produce rice in Lofa, for example, you do not have people in Lofa who want to buy rice because everybody's in Lofa is producing. You have to sell that rice in Monrovia, or you got to transport that rice to Monrovia. And the roads are bad. Even if the roads are good, it's going to be a transportation cost. Whereas if you have 4 cooperatives, the different cooperatives will take the responsibility to carry out those performances. And of course, if you did that, your activities will increase. As long as they are supplied, there will be demands. We also call on the government to begin to suggest that hereafter, we should be able to feed our children with food that are produced locally. We should be able to feed our seminar panelists, our conferences, our programs with local produced food. You should not go to a hall where that is rented by the government and there are programs, but you see food that are imported. You don't see cassava, you don't see yam, you don't see pineapple, you don't see oranges. At least to promote the agriculture we're producing, so there will be more demand. If we did that, we increase production, we increase activities, employment will come through. Many of the women will become independent. In fact, a lot of the women are into agriculture. You will see we'll move forward and faster. That's the way to go.
Okay, thank you. My last question to you, even though I have another question for the Madam Chair Lady, but she is not around. So let me ask the question. Earlier on, when you were deliberating, you said that, how do you call it? You disagree with the government for investing 22 million in buying the other machine. Rather, you should instead use that amount to invest in the fisheries industry. And now you are also saying that one of the economic strategies that you may employ is engaging into agriculture, more especially on productivity. So my question is, this yellow machine that was brought is to help face our farm to market role, provide access to the agricultural reach related area. So I'm not saying that the other way is like it appear like you tend to discredit government effort in the agricultural sector other than only the fishery, because fishery is just a special sector on agriculture. Or you talk about production of maybe we could say cash crop and whatever it is, meaning that you are undermining government effort and you are discrediting government for investing into the yellow machine that may help our agricultural areas in the interior areas, the rural area, that those farmers may be able to transport their crops into the market at the time. So it is not a contradiction from you, sir.
No, sir. I said to you when that question was raised, I say even in 2025 or 2024, LPP, the Liberian Post Party, put questionnaires up and we were asking people to give their views. We said if the government has limited cash, again, we said limited cash, which of the industry will you invest your limited cash in if you want more employees to be employed? Agriculture, road connectivity, and or electricity. Many of the people chose agriculture. Some people chose road connectivity. The government has not provided us any study how many jobs will be provided if they employ the yellow machine. But I'm saying to you from common sense, we suggest to you, if you took that 22 million, whether it's fishing industry, cassava industry, whether it's fufu industry, whether it's producing meat, the fact that there will be demand for food throughout, you're going to have more employment in the area of agriculture activities than road connectivity. We are not saying road connectivity is a bad idea, but we are saying to you, when you have a government that does not have that much money to spread to the other activities, we are saying the first priority should be agriculture. That will lead to the need of roads. That's the point we're making to you, sir. We are not saying investing in road is a bad idea, but we're saying as a priority. What will be a priority, sir? That's what we're saying.
Oh, thank you. My last
All right,
was
thank you, Councilor Day. Let's go now to Mr. Fred Veteran Smith. Fred, you there?
Yes, I'm there. My question would be, Moja started with agriculture, and that's where they became known for before eventually getting into political party and of that nature. And you have some of the elders like Tipote and other leaders like Bama Famila. What role these people did these elders who started the Moja movement through agriculture, what role they play in the political party right now?
Oh, we have them, we consult them, they might not be actively involved, but when we have questions, we go to them and seek their advice. Look, we appreciate them so bad. I mean, you just mentioned it here, I'm happy to come to that. Look at Dr. Toba Nanti Pote today. How many houses he got? Look at Dr. H. Boma Formula. He doesn't have a house. People didn't go to politics because they want to steal, they want to get rich. They went into politics because they want to change the living condition of the Liberian people. So today, we still look up to them. In fact, if we go in our office, we got their picture there to remind us that we should not deviate from the policies, the principles, and the way of life you told us to carry out. So we depend on them. We believe in their spirit. We believe in their promises they made, even though they were unable to become president, but their legacy guiding us everything we do, everywhere we go. Today, if you see on social media, you will see that the Tobananti Pote with their own gonglo together with a broom, and the message they're preaching that please be careful. April month is a very dangerous month for Liberia, and we should be careful. Nobody should undertake anything to disrupt or at least create any chaos. Let's wait for 2029 election. Let's all go to 2029 and participate in the electoral process. Nobody should do anything to undermine the peace and stability we have in our country. So yes, we look up to them, we consult with them, we ask them for their advice in terms of what we do, what we don't do. Thank you.
My other question center around if you will compare and contrast the work your elders did in terms of agriculture and became known for integrating agriculture, and then later on jump into a political party. and the younger version, like what you are trying to do. Do you see any differences in terms of the way they went under the struggle they went through, especially the one area, Sawyer, working with the university student in bringing issue and challenges when it comes to government? Are you in support the role the young people play on the university campus? Compare and contrast during your time at the University of Liberia, what you all did and what the young people doing today in the disruption of the other students from learning. How will you compare and contrast both? Moja of yesterday, the political party of LPP today, student movement of the university polity, and today polity. You see any similarity or there are differences?
Look, every generation has a specific task to carry out. They see it the way they want to carry out, the best way possible. When we are at the university, some of the cries I'm hearing today are hurdle cries that we should only focus on learning or the activities, whether we didn't have food at the university or not, and don't worry about whether money was misused at the national level. We heard that story, or we heard those stories. Now, whether it's a good idea for the university students to go hijack or participate into riots, that's something different. It is their generation that they want to do with it. We can only tell them the best way to do it is to avoid violence, is to take peaceful means and at least let your views be heard. If you want to demonstrate, let it be peaceful. It should not lead to chaos or anything that will undermine the peace and stability of the country on that level in terms of the student. But in terms of telling students, because you are a university student, you cannot debate loan that the government is undertaking that will affect your future. I think I cannot tell them not to do that, because the money we're borrowing today, like I'm going to be 72 by November. I'm not working, I'm not going to work, but pretty soon I will be irrelevant. The children who are coming out will be liable for the loan, so they should participate in the debate. What we do is to teach them the budget, for example, to know the numbers. That look, Sierra Leone is spending more money on education than the Liberian government. Liberian government is spending less than 1% on agriculture, whereas other countries are spending significant amount in agriculture. In fact, those are some of the things we'll be debating at our retreat. For example, how come average rent in Monrovia is $321, but average salary is $75? How do you, for example, is the Commerce Ministry including in their functions supervising how much people pay for rent in Monrovia, especially if the rent is that high? But better yet, why did we build the ministerial complex in Monrovia? Why we didn't follow the spirit of decentralization to build that complex somewhere else downtown, maybe closer to Mangibi, so that you can have free flow of traffic? So those are issues we'll be undertaking. But again, in terms of Moja, we are saying the policy, the principle Moja preach, we have not deviated. That's why we're preaching. That's why we don't go to the devil. We don't go to money. We don't go to Firestone to look for money. We preach the policy. We try to encourage the people. The best way to do it is not to look for easy victory. If you look for easy victory, you're not going to sustain it. You have to work for it the old-fashioned way, the hard way. You earn it, you will keep it.
Okay, Chairman, thank you so much. In the next 15 minutes, we're going to be transitioning to our last topic. So we're going to engage the chairman for the next 15 minutes. And Chairman, I urge you, you are a chairman of a major political party. You have a say on this. Our next topic will be the issue of Mr. Samuel Jackson. Where do we go from here now? He's out of the prison. And, yeah, so that will be our next discussion. But Claudia, I go to you. Any questions for the chairman?
Okay, so I pretty much have gathered that the entire plan and framework to engage women in politics is pretty much about educating them and just keeping them on course as it relates to the whole percent of politics. But one of the things that I took notice of is the engagement of Madame Kova. I've noticed that over the years, like the past 2, 3 years, she has begun to engage the younger generation, spreading the knowledge, just as you said. And I want to know, I really wanted her on the show because I wanted to know, how do you get funding when it comes to engaging, women in politics, workshops, and so on and so forth?
Quickly, she's not here, but I can tell you she's an excellent person, and I'm happy she's representing our party. Just a week ago, she had a meeting, a cross section of women around the Bata community. She brought in a good number of them. She had scheduled similar meeting, but mistakenly they scheduled on this the past Friday, which was a religious day. They're gonna have a one. There's an experiment that ran on a ticket, Maserado County District number 1, that is undertaking a cassava farm mainly by women. She's planning to go there to talk to them to see how she can encourage them to do more so they can be independent. She's hardworking. She's there. She has put her heart and her soul into the idea of educating people to see where we want to go. I admire her. I like her. Her work is outstanding. And I'm happy that you guys invited her so she can talk more about what she's doing. I'm sorry she was unable to finish the show, but she's a great lady, an excellent one. We admire her.
So how much are you putting into her? I mean, you talk highly of her, so that means that I know you're definitely going to push her for this coming 2029. So how far
In
will
fact, right now, as we speak, she's the chairleader for the retreat. We're going to have a retreat in Bond County. We select her to be the chairleader. She's the chair. So she's now in touch with the local leaders of the 15 counties. We make sure on each of the delegates that are coming, you should have equal, not equal, but at least significant representation of the women that are coming to the conference. She's doing that. We made sure we have identified sleeping places for them to the extent that we made sure that the interest of the gender is well separated and well served. So she's the cheerleader now, not only for the women, but for the retreat that we'll be having in Banga May 2nd. So we are pushing her.
Okay, so we know that there's no funds, and I continue to ask you, how are you raising funds? Because I know that some of these workshops and these conventions, we have to pay and register a small amount, $5, $10, $15, $20, $35. Is that how you raise your funds to help keep pushing her?
Yeah. The last time, for example, when she had the meeting with the ladies, we raised money for entertainment to pay their way. The last meeting she was supposed to have the past Friday, again, individuals, stakeholders raised money to give money to compensate the people who came, at least, even if we didn't pay their fair share, but at least give them some disbursement or refund. So we are aware of that, and we're doing that. We have to be clear. People who are in power are not willing to give power to the people to suppress. So we shouldn't expect to go to them for money. We shouldn't expect that. They will only come when they realize that they cannot stop us. We're going to win power, and they want for us to see them as somebody who participated. Like, for example, when the U.S. government decided to participate in redeeming South Africa with Nelson Mandela. So we're saying to you that time is going to come. They will turn around to begin to help, but that's not the time. If we work very hard, they will realize that the people are beginning to see that those who have the money will not be willing to those who don't have the money.
Okay.
All right.
Chloe, you got a follow up?
I got some questions.
Okay.
Yes, I have one follow up, just one.
Oh, just one, please. We got 9 minutes to go.
Okay. So my one question is, again, we talk about this finance stuff. So how are you going to raise money? Because we know that politics is an economical thing, and it requires funds. I mean, you cannot do it without money? Are you trying to put some strategies in place? Are you putting in some project proposals? Are you trying? Are you even trying?
We are trying. I'll give you a typical example. We're in Nuclear Town Citizen Engagement, went to intellectual shop, and they asked us to help the finance, at least they want to renovate the place. We recommended that a different attire shop that you have in Nuclear Town, we jointly finance a fundraising program, including a football match, including a queen contest, including competition in essay writing, competition in SOSO, competition in ABC, competition in repeating the Martin Luther King speech. We believe if we did that, we might not raise too much money, but we will be used that kind of activity at least to even learn how we can organize ourselves and how we can put people together to raise money in the future. We will do it. We can do it. We don't have to look up to the devil for money. We're going to make sure to raise money the old-fashioned way. We will do it.
Okay. Mr. Nubo, quick question. One question, please.
Thank you.
I got two. My question from beginning and my question from now. I gotta make my statement first.
We got 8 minutes, Mr.
Comrade Cesar, you know about Comrade Robert Mugabe. He wanted a quota system for women. I don't want to lecture you. You know what he did in Zimbabwe. We don't have that in Liberia. And I put my neck on the chopping board. We brought Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the woman who was to start us on a brand new page. She became zero. So are you still talking about the quota issue? And number two, you are not following the footsteps of Tipoter or Amos Sawyer. You got all these financial brains, but you are not at the University of Liberia to mold the minds of our young people. How will these people follow you? How will they come to LPP? So those are my two questions.
Thank you, sir. Let me start from the first question. You and I went through that debate for a couple of times now. I told you you have to consider yourself. I'm living all the way close to shuffling. If I'm to teach at Fendel, you're talking about 2 hours one way. And most time, if you're teaching in the evening, you're talking about coming home around 10, 11 o'clock. I retired. I work all my life. I retired from services from government wherever in 2016. I told you, sir, and which I begin to do, is to carry my little knowledge on a social platform. Today or yesterday, I posted for you the whole issue of the 16 billion that we said it was CDC that should be responsible. No, sir. It should be Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, because most of the money came during her period. Better yet, I've told the university student, and we're going to discuss it, why do we borrow $25 million US to map up what? We had already new notes in 2017, close to 15 billion. Why do we borrow 25 million to map up the old notes when we had a lot of new notes on the market anyway? So for me, my teaching is not the conventional style teaching to go in the classroom. It's to share my ideas on social media, and I engage people who participate. That's what I'm doing, sir. I've also gone to tell you that out of your 16 companies that you have within the report, All 16 of them are only employing people who didn't go to school. That's more important for me than being in the classroom, because we are saying the only who can move forward is to have employers that will be asking for people who have college degree or who have specialized areas. We cannot have that if we are not adding values. So in order, and it's important to note that if most of your employees are only slave wage workers, they are not going to contribute a lot to the pension plan. That's a lesson that people don't learn, but I'm telling you, it's important. If you have most of your employees that only wage is minimum, meaning their contribution to the social fund is going to be minimal, meaning your social program is going to go bankrupt sooner or later. We have also gone to the extent to insist that all the state-owned entities should publish their financial statements, publish, I didn't say file, so that people can understand their activities, whether it's LEC, whether it's National Port Authority, whether it's LPRC, whether it's NASCA. We wrote letters to the Ministry of Justice. We wrote letters to the Freedom Information High Commission. They have not. For me, those are issues I think those who know accounting, they can follow it. So I don't have to do that. Now, you're talking about a quota. It is not LPP or is not Moja that is trying to follow the footsteps of the late Robert Mugabe. May his soul rest in peace. I'm saying to you, it is the international community that is insisting that 30% should be allocated. You're correct that Ellen promised us she did not deliver, but we cannot use her failure alone to judge other women. We have other women who perform excellently. For example, I name you the powerful lady of the University of Liberia. May her soul rest in peace. Dr. Mary Anthony Brown Sherman. So no, we're not following a quota system. It is the international institution that is insisting on that. And I told them, if you want to suggest that, then the quota should also be applied to economics. I said that earlier, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say my own before we transition. In the last
can you have one question?
No, Mr. Smith, I want to say my own transition, please. Everybody not talking.
Well, you can ask it for me. It's so relevant.
No, please. I beg you, sir. I've been quietly allowing you to ask. Let me say my own. I beg you. Okay.
Smith muting himself now.
Yeah, he's muted. Chairman, thank you. You have taken us into the psychology of the LPP, and you are giving us the future ideology, how you guys are going to mold your strategy, to be able to get state power. What I want to say, Mr. Chairman, we have heard this music before, and we know how it ended. Anybody, I'm sure everybody on the platform know a party called New Deal. Everyone here knows the party called New Deal. NEWDEAL. New Deal. Well, I think we'll about Mr. George, George. I
George here, borrow from here. The name will borrow from the U.S.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. We need deal. Yes, there you go. Thank you, Mr. Dubo. We need deal. Yes.
George Smith here.
Yeah, George Smith here. Thank you. I think it's Professor George Smith here. Yeah.
Yes.
Clay.
Okay. Clay. Thank you guys so much. And he had the same approach that you are using, Mr. Chairman. That we are so unique. We are not going to merge with no party. I mean, our relatives that were there. I questioned them a lot. I said, you guys think this is a winning strategy? And then they believe in the hearts of hearts that the strategy was a winning strategy, that they had the best platform to win. But today, New Deal is like every other political party in the bucket with the True Party, the NDPL, and you go ahead and name them, So, and Claudia asks a very profound question. I know you said your politics is not contemporary, and I can understand that. At least you answer my question because we're going to bring that up, but you answer that. You say your politics is not contemporary. So now I know where you're coming from. But, Chairman, we need to elevate. We need to transpose you. We need to transpose you into the contemporary, because that's where the real politics has been played. And to be frank, Honorable Chairman, you're not going to win state power with that approach.
No.
You need to get out there and find the money. The money is not going to come from students reciting poem, student reciting what's the name? Martin Luther King. No money going to come from that, Mr. Chairman. It's not going to happen. No. So I urge you. You got a lot of great luminaries in your party. You'll need to rethink the approach. If you need to get people here in the diaspora to raise you some money, do that. But the current approach is not going to win you state power. That's just a reality. I want to thank you for coming. I'll give you the chance to state your last comment on this segment, and then I will urge you to please stay while we talk about Sam Jackson for the last 14 minutes, please. But I give you your closing comment.
That debate.
No.
You are not alone.
You guys already asked a question. I beg you.
Stop.
Go ahead, Chairman.
That debate, you are not alone. There are people within our party who believe that we should look for the money. In fact, during the last election, there were some good friends, and I will not name them, who insisted that the best way for LPP to win the presidency was to go and embed Honorable Joseph Nima Bokai for Tiawo to become vice president, so that when vice president leaves, we get a presidency. They said, "Oh, the easier way. Why hurt your head? Just go become vice president." The old man's old. He might die soon, or better yet, when he leaves, you take over. We are saying to you, if we do not discuss issues with the people, if the people don't understand why we are where we are, if we don't understand why Firestone did not build schools until 2006, high school until 2006, if we don't understand why Unity Party said that Yellow Machine will produce jobs, although there are no feasibility studies, if we don't understand why we are suffering the way we're suffering, that we are overestimating revenue projection when we know we can't generate the money. If we do not understand those issues, we will be the power for the sake of being there, and we'll only be fighting among ourselves. We do not want that, Chief. We want for us to understand. You see, today, Burkina Faso, look there. Why is it is difficult? With all the attempted assassination, they have not succeeded. It is because the people understand and they appreciate what the president wants to do. We have to come to a situation where the Liberian people know how and why certain policies are needed. If we do not do that, even if you win the presidency, the devil is going to come to you in the night and will overtake you, and you'll be nowhere. You might be assassinated or killed by other people. We do not want that route. And if it is, look, I tell you, for example, when Doe decided to put Sawyer in jail, when he did that, Dosto Wolokoli came up. When he put Dosto in jail, Kanwe came up. We want to develop our party to the extent that if you remove 1 person, 3 person, 4 person, the party is not going to die. But you're not going to have that if your souls, if your means of bringing people together, if the chemistry that brings people together is solar money. We don't believe in that. I'm also telling you, look to the 1970s. When LPP started, when Mocha started, they didn't have money. But the moment people begin to realize, those who have money, realize that LPP were going to be a force, they started making contribution. So I'll stop there, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it was great discussing this wonderful topic with you, the party called LPP, its ideology and what the future looks like. And we have your, look, I want to first of all admit that you have a brilliant, articulate female chairman. She is
Thank you very
very
much.
outspoken. I mean, it's a shame that she couldn't continue with the program. I know because of the connection there, but we look forward to having her again. And please do not make this platform, your in and out. Please make this place your home. We love having you here. I think you are providing a very valuable information to us and our listening audience. Again, I want to urge you to please stay for the next topic. This is issue of Summit Jackson, and we're going to be very brief about it.
Before you end, I want us to get a commitment from Chairman Zeze that next week he will appear here and we asking questions about finance ministry and the reacquisition committee on our Western. So,
Mr. Zeze, did you hear that?
I will look at my schedule and communicate with my good friend.
Okay, great.
We are preparing to go for a retreat. So right now we tied up preparing ourselves. I told you that I'm ready to answer any question, but if the time permits me, I'll be there.
That's good. We'll definitely stay in contact, Mr. Noble. We will. So let
me just come in on that.
Okay, I'll beg you now. We gotta go to the next topic about people.
Just only 1 minute. You know the Masaki?
Oh God.
The battery boy.
Okay, I gotta be fair to Mr.
I beg you. The man say I don't know him. The man myself grew up in BDC. Then he say I don't know him. Now I calling him Masaki. He want answer.
But you didn't recognize me when you came on board. I had to recognize you.
Masaki, sometimes the can be on your lap, then you come to make show all of it. So I want to say thank you so much. But while it is true that you will be hosting a convention in Banga, but this is a platform that you could sell your idea. Because this platform is not limited to the Moravia and Grand GEDEH environment. It goes beyond Liberia.
Yes, sir.
And in your preparatory stage, you could use this platform adequately and even beyond that period to sell. You see, you are the chairman. You are the chief salesman of your party, LPP. You are the chief salesman. And as a chief salesman, you got to look at the most viable alternatives or options or avenues that you can market your party. Then to say, well, we're going to Banga, so I will look at my schedule. We are giving you a fair opportunity, the fairest of all opportunities. So you can come on this platform. Many people will hear you. People may drive from Moravia, Nima, Lopa,
Thank you, sir.
And come to your party, so to your forum. So why don't you seize that moment?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Nippet. The chairman got the admonishment. Mr. Fred Smith, let me ask you, so one question was important. So please, what's your name, sir?
Okay, my question would be the late Sawyer play an important role in our democracy, just like Parker Matthew play an important role in our democracy. Sawyer ran for the mayor of the city of Monrovia with Chuchu Horton. That election never concluded. But you who part of the party, I wanted to ask Sawyer, but he's not with us, whether it's in his book that coming up or what. But what is important of that election, the mayor election that was never held, and that Emma Sawyer challenged Chuchu Horton for the mayor for the city of Monrovia, and the role Parker Matthew played in our democracy. Who should we give more credit to, compare and contrast?
That's a judgment for each person to make, sir. I think it would be unfair as the chairman of a political party to tell you who is the best. Each of us will have to decide who is good for us. So I will not go there.
But just discuss where Sawyer did. Just forget about Matthew, but what Sawyer did. Challenging at the time when you have only one political party.
I would challenge you to read his book, No Land, No Vote. Some of us participated in the mayoral election. And let me tell you again, we talk about engagement. The purpose of Sawyer or a group of progressive asking Sawyer to run for that particular position was not for Sawyer to become a mayor. It was an attempt to make sure that the Tory party will remove a provision within the constitution that stated if you didn't have land, you could not vote. That was the purpose.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really want to bring the topic in. It looks like you guys want to keep on this one topic for the night, but I really got to squeeze this in because Councilor Day came prepared, and because I told him about this. Councilor Day, do you want us to postpone it to tomorrow, or we can do it? You guys see that most of the panelists want to keep engaging the chairman.
It better we just exhaust the chairman, engaging them tomorrow. We'll have a limited time to deliberate on Sam Jackson issue.
I'm with you. I concur. Okay, great. So let's stay with the chairman then. Let's for as long as the chairman can be with us. Let's go back to Claudia. Claudia, I want to start with you.
So could he expand on my
I
question?
understand that you don't want to engage. I've scheduled myself because you say you're going to call it off. I've scheduled myself for another meeting. It's 11:43 here.
Chairman, give us 12 o'clock, please.
That's just too long, I beg you. You are asking for me to come back. Can you reserve some of your questions so we can exhaust everything?
I mean, the panelists,
is there any important question that you really want to ask that we haven't answered?
These are all your buddies and you got people, you got Mr.
I understand that. That's why I'm asking to my body to wait.
I think the chairman is running away from second question.
Okay, but then let me just answer the question.
I think my question is important because that speaks to the democracy we having today. So if you can just focus on that, that would be important.
And agriculture is important. How will we take our goods to
Chairman, let's take 2 questions, please. 2 questions, okay?
Chairman wants to run
2 questions. I promise you, 2 questions. 2 questions, and then we'll let you go.
Okay, 2 questions.
Let's start with Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith asked another question.
Yeah, I think he finished with my question because democracy is so much important, but he got on the right track about the land, something that Tui Party had in his in their constitution. How that contributed to the democracy we enjoy today? I want you to develop it. What happened because the election was never held, and it still bothered people. How an election of that magnitude that helped our democracy to challenge the Tui Party, the election was never held. And we still enjoy the fruit of that vote, as you were explaining, to challenge the Tory party. And then after that, the riot and other things happened after that important election. I just want you to take us through the sequence for people to understand who were not alive at that time.
Well, like I'm saying to you, Liberia is lucky to some extent. Here you have all of these guys who are in PhD, you have progressive people, well educated, like the late, may his soul rest in peace, G. Bacchus Matthew, very eloquent, very hardworking. I heard that he could sit down and do typing for nights and produce papers. Here you have the welfare people there, Sawyer, Dew Mason, Boyma Famula, basically saying that the country was on the wrong track. Let's change it. That's all we're arguing. That look, we are doing the wrong thing. Let's change it. Other than that, Liberia is not going to go anywhere. Then, of course, the rest riot came about. And basically, Backup market was saying if the price is going to go up, it's going to be expensive. So we are rejecting the price. And efforts to have a demonstration was misunderstood by the current government. And you don't have to go far. Listen to the June 17 report by Brunel, the report that President William R. Tober asked for. The conclusion of that report was that the government was wrong, was on the wrong side. So in the report it said you can go there and read it. They didn't say the progressives were wrong. They said the government. In fact, I remember Sawyer explained, he was telling us that he advised Tober that let the people demonstrate, give them a ban, let them march in the street. But they didn't pay attention to that. They listened to people who were more interested in showing how strong Tober was. And of course, you saw what happened. Hundreds of people died. Our own street. I slept at the party headquarters that night. We prepared t-shirts for us as people to guide people to be, if we say one side of the street, to remain one side of the street. But the police disrupted that. They started arresting people who were leaders, who were t-shirts, who had t-shirts. That created a situation that the guidance, the protective measures we were establishing was destroyed by the police. And of course, when they started shooting, things went out of order. But move forward. See what happened. Coup took place. How come the coup took place? Have we investigated? You guys are journalists. Have you found out who all were involved in the coup? Was it the actual military people that killed Tober? Or should we accept the version of Victoria Woki Tober, who said the people who killed her husband were not the soldiers? They had on marks. Which version do we believe? Or do we believe the story that coming out now that the CIA has been involved in eliminating people who were progressive? Victoria Tober told us in chapter 7 of her book, says she advised her husband that every time she went to Bento on the farm, her colleagues met in private meetings and were planning how to dethrone him. Have we found out what happened? We have to read and find out the true story of what happened that April 12, 1980. Better yet, ask yourself, the 13 persons that were executed, how come Benedict Warner, who was not a military man, who didn't have contingents of forces, announced in the Ivory Coast that he was going to dethrone the PRC, when at the time his colleagues were held as hostages? Did he ever think that by making that announcement, he was going to force the PRC to kill his colleagues? Or was he aware by doing that, the PRC was going to kill the colleagues? But yet and still, people are jumping around claiming that the progressive were the one that advised the PRC to kill the Titan officials. Is that true? Have we found out? You talk about democracy. We went through all of those. And of course, people, many people who hate the progressive because the progressive do not believe in corruption, you will usually say the progressive are responsible for the chaos in Liberia. The progressives are responsible for the destruction in Liberia. If they have kept quiet, then April 14, 1979 would never happen, and April 12 would never happen. Things will move on smoothly. How true that story is, I don't know. We can't do anything about it, but we need to go back and find out the true story of what happened. Are we doing that? Why don't your panel set up a symposium, ask people who are still alive, who were involved in writing our report? Edwin John was there. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was one of the members of that particular commission. Bring her on board and find out what was the report. How come they said that the progressive were not responsible? It was the government. You need to organize a forum so people can discuss. That's my plea to the university students. I told them that, look, instead of marching, going to the grave and saluting everybody that is dead, why don't you, for example, establish a seminar, invite people so we can understand what took place? There's the same call I'm making today. What took place with the 64 fraudulent agreements? Why don't we find the perpetrators? What scheme did they use to mortgage Liberia? We don't have to prosecute, but let them have the clear picture of what transpired. We need to do those things. So in terms of democracy, it's a long way, but we have to be prepared to undertake the tax. Let us not look for the easier way. That look, go get some money from some big shop, win election, and then you instate all the laws. That's not going to be possible except you are a military man. And if you're not a military man in Burkina Faso or in Guinea, you have to go through the democratic process. Then the only way to do it, to have the support of the Liberian people, it is for you to engage them, let them understand the mechanism of democracy. What it means by preaching, what it means by demonstrating. If you're going to demonstrate, you got to make sure that you're not going to allow intruders to penetrate your group and create chaos, and tomorrow you'll be arrested because you organized a demonstration.
Wow, Chairman. Wow, wow. Okay. Mr. New, will I have your question, please?
Okay, my question that I want to squeeze in is that he said, maybe I need to correct the university thing too. Or maybe if we want to keep it for another time, I'll go to my question. I mean, Mr. Chairman can find time to go to the university and recruit partisans and teach through his class. And other people who are not even doing those courses, they will go there. And that's how people like Tipote did it. But my question is about the yellow machine. He's talking about the landlocked countries that we can send our fish to. I know it's not only landlocked country. When his former boss was there, Stephen Tubble, they were sending strength to Japan. Masura grew up a company. Even Letsuko, that is Vietnamese built in Taiwanese built in Maryland, the sugar plantation. They were to sell their sugar in Liberia and sell their sugar in Guinea. And no company was importing sugar when Letsuko was operating. So these things are there, but I beg to differ with him to say that these yellow machines are not the right choice. There are some, he gotta go and examine his book or his books. There are some things, $8 million sent to national security. He's not talking about that. The how do you call it, Total Energy Agreement, $11 million from there. And nobody is talking about. So he need to go and examine his books. We can have the same yellow machines, and we have more money to do a lot of things for agriculture, for fishery, and what have you. So that's my statement. Thank you.
Tell me, you want to respond?
Well, again, that's my good friend, and he and I, day and night, will go over the issues. So I'm surprised he's bringing here. I'm surprised he's bringing here, but it's okay. I'm saying to my good friend and brother, I told him when a government, when an institution, when an individual, when an individual has limited cash, remember I said limited cash. Among the 3 items, what would be your priority? I am not saying investing in yellow machine is the bad idea. I didn't say that. All I'm saying to you, if you invest in the food industry, you will promote or you will create more jobs than if you invest in yellow machine, especially when you are cash trapped. Now you see money giving here and there. Well, that's the government. But we're saying right now on the yellow machine issue, I'm saying if the LPP was in power, what we're supposed to be doing would be investing in agriculture, because you will create a lot of jobs. You will prevent people from migrating from rural towns to Morovia. Look, I was in yellow light red light today. I stood there and I was just looking at the average ages of people around there. And I can tell you, we have crisis on our hands, Chief. What happened in Haiti will soon happen in Liberia in the next 5 years if we don't provide jobs. Because all those young girls I saw, young men I saw passing, pretty soon they'll have children. Those children will want to live the life George Nouveau, my good friend George Nouveau, is living. But they will not have the means to create it. And then they will look for the easier way to hijack, to burglarize, to intimidate, to steal. If you don't want that, then you need to prepare an environment. Why don't we encourage the Honorable Joseph Niman Borkai to create a rehabilitated camp, for example, where you can tutor these young folks who are selling the street, from selling the street to more of academic work and maybe a little bit of productive work where they can earn some money to finance maybe people that left home or finance people they have around them. If you did that and you brought in agricultural activities, or maybe the fishing industry, or maybe carpentry industry, you got a lot of woods. Why don't we build chairs from our woods that we fell? Why don't we build those, beds and sell them? Why aren't we still allowing those kind of things to be outsourced? I raised another issue the last time with one of my brothers, and I'm posting that question to you. I hope you can ask it. I'm asking you, sir, let that be a specific topic. That is, if you outsource a state-owned entity versus operating by the government, which of the operational system is less corrupt? Meaning, for example, NPA was managed by Liberia prior to 2011. NPA is now managed by an entity, APN Terminal. Look at the two activities. Where do you find records to see that there are more corruption than the other? Let's investigate that and see. Better yet, I'm saying to you, let that be a case for us to study. If you outsource, where's corruption? Then when you don't outsource, can we look at the scenarios and debate it? Bring panelists on board. Let's discuss that. Okay. Because the whole view was, if you outsource NPA, there will be less corruption. Given what Honorable Jeremiah said the last time when he visited NPA, that's not true. Thank you.
Okay, we will debate
Mr. Nouveau,
next time you come.
Okay.
Prioritization, and this and that.
Hello?
You talking about making chairs? Your standard bearer, Tier 1 Gonglo, went and displayed all the wood, the logs in Sano County. What kind of recommendation you gave him? That we could make chairs? We could pitch on all the logs here and make chairs for all the schools in Sano County. Did you tell him that? I rest my case.
Chairman? Yeah, so tell me your take double. Let the councilor come in. Councilor, go ahead quick, please.
Mr. Chairman, I want to say thank you again. Yeah. And let me take you back before the coup or during the early stage of the coup. And I believe it is an undisputed fact that the progressive fully supported the coup, even though they were not the active participant of the coup, but they fully supported that coup. And immediately after the coup resulted into the change of government, and some of the advocacy that the progressive were advocating at the time was to have government of inclusion, multi-party democracy, and which up to now the progressive consider that as one of their major achievements. But when it comes to decisions that were made during the PRC, the progressive tend to distance themselves. Wherein at the early stage of the PRC government, the progressives were in government. But the Ministry of State, Ministry of Finance, and the very area. And there were that decisions were made. Even to the extent of the Ministry of Justice, those who summarily tried those 17 enlisted men. Some of them were from the progressive. Why can't the progressive accept the fact that yes, indeed, they also contributed to the mayhem that happened in the early 80s, which now is a stigma that now follow them up to president that could not even give them state power. I think, are you getting me on that? So what do you think is what make you the progressive would not come to step out up to the stage? That because you fail to act, you are the elected at the time, you are the most educated. Those sort of were not educated, so they based upon your advice, they acted. So do you think it's because of that you couldn't take step out 40 years now of the president?
And our guest was some director though.
Yeah.
I just said to you, you said that you want to discuss that issue later on, but I'm saying to you, if we have the facts on the table, and I'm guilty, I accept it. But you're telling me you don't have facts because errors were made. We said people should not be guilty by association. Just because I was in the government, wrong thing took place, it means I made that decision. We can't do that. Let's have the facts on the board, on the table. If it was Tipotel, Sawyer, who advised Doe to kill the tag team question, then we'll discuss that. Then if Sawyer cannot come up, I'm sorry, he's dead. Or if Zizek can't come and say, I recommended for the tag team person to be killed, then that's wrong. But if you're just saying, because I just said to you, Benny Warner, who left Liberia 1 week to the April 12, 1980, that we don't even know why and how he left. This scene, Benny Warner was in the Ivory Coast and making pronouncement that he was going to come and dethrone the PRC people. And you don't think that was a factor for killing the technical officials, but we should assume the fact that the killing took place, we should take responsibility. Again, I think the history will be, whether we want it or not, people who don't like us are always going to hold us responsible, whether we like it or not. We accept that. We pay a price for that. People believe that those of us who work at the PRC, even at the time when we were there was no money, they believe we stole money. During our days, the money did not come to Liberia until after election. That's the time Washington decided to give more money to Samuel Kanyando. But then most of the progressives had gone. I left Liberia January 13, 1983. I was in the US. But people are not going to say that. Any bad thing that took place in the PRC government, I'm going to be held responsible. I will live with it. It doesn't bother me. I accept it. But I'm saying to you, I cannot accept the view we say we should not judge people based on association. But you are saying now I should take responsibility based on association. I reject that.
Okay. I know from our study, government is an institution. And it requires, even I agree, it may be headed by an head of state, who is the commander-in-chief, but it's an institution. And decision is made from those rural areas that don't individual occupy. Let's assume that one of the progressive introduced some civil service reform at the time. And if you look at the 1986 constitution, most of them are the progressive, meaning the PRC government brought it in because they were the Latin, they were intellectuals at the time, to bring out reform to help the government. And in the aspect that we are saying the progressives sat there, work with the government, and allow this mayhem to take place. So equally so, you are guilty of the act of the government. What we are saying, we're not saying that because your failure to act or advise the government appropriately could lead to what you are today. That's what we are saying. All right. Thank you.
Again, I can't change your view. I'm saying to you what many of us did. By 1982, many of the progressives were not in government.
Okay.
By 1982, many of the progressives were not in government. The moment they killed West End, the moment West End was executed, many of us concluded that the PRC was going in a different direction. Other people accused us that we should have stayed there. We didn't have to run. Well, again, we are guilty because we ran away. They accused us that we were supposed to work. If we had refused to participate in the government and the PRC got scared and executed us, they would say, yeah, they agreed. Instead of helping the PRC, they want to sit power for themselves. That's why they didn't go help the people who were illiterate. The people asked them to help, they refused because they were greedy and they were not empowered to refuse to work. So there's no way out that will not be held guilty. How we rejected it and it's killed some of us who are being guilty. We accepted it, we are guilty. We accepted it by 1982, all left, we stay guilty with even what took place after 1985, 1986, and 1989. We're still being held guilty. There's nothing we can do about that. We accept it, we move forward. History will judge us. Whether we win power, that's what some of us are insisting. We don't want to go to get power the easier way. We prefer to pay the price. We prefer to engage the citizens. Let them understand what it takes to be in power. Let them understand that the moment you begin to reduce the profit of the profiteers, your life is at stake. You're going to make sure you protect yourself. If you don't do it, you'll be gone. We have to make the masses to understand that the politics, especially in Liberia, is not easy because you are fighting hard to take bread from people who know how to steal, who all live on stealing. If you take power from them, they're going to hunt you. They're going to hunt you to whatever way they will do it. So that's why we believe to do it the old-fashioned way, to engage the citizen, let them understand that getting power is not easy because you know why? You are denying people who used to getting power the easier way. With all the fat corporate caps around here, stealing and changing money laundering, what have you, that's what we're saying. We're going to be held guilty. We don't have no problem with that, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Chairman. Before I come in, Chairman, I'm going to make a very passionate statement, and I want you to understand me. But I have to bring in one of our other panelists who has been away.
But you said two questions, you're going to 5?
No, I beg you, Chairman. I beg you, please, Chairman. I beg you.
I know you. We told me to. I beg you. I gotta go. I'll be back from you.
Let me say my own before you go. I beg you, please. I will say, okay. Mr.
I will not answer. I can tell you that.
You don't answer. No, it's not for you to answer. It's just for you to hear me.
Okay, just say it. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I bow my head in shame listening to you tonight. You fought the good fight.
Thank you.
You fought the good fight. What you have not done, many of you, the progressives, is to stand up tall and proclaim that what you did was meaningful at the time, was called for at the time, and you have no regrets. But instead, every time I listen to y'all, you're apologizing all over the place. Why? Why are you apologizing for?
Who apologized what?
You just did
No,
apologize.
no,
You
sir.
said, oh, I'm
He
sorry for
is
what we did.
accusing
You
me.
said, what
He
happened
is
was
accusing
sorry.
me
Now
I'm
you told
guilty.
us.
I said, no, you're not guilty.
And you
You
sorry.
got to bring the fact to find me guilty. We didn't say we're guilty.
But you kept saying, I am sorry. We accept the blame. We accept. You do
No, no, no,
say
no, no,
that,
no,
Chairman.
no. He is saying that we should accept the blame. He is saying that we're guilty. I'm saying we don't have the facts for anybody to say I'm guilty. I told you, do not find me guilty by association. I rejected that.
Who is the he now?
No, sir, I didn't say so.
Okay, I continue. I continue.
It's your
They are
panelists who is insisting that I'm
they are
guilty or we are guilty. It's
they
your
are failure
panelists,
to provide
the
the appropriate
honorable.
advice to the military at the time, make them capable of the military act. That's what I'm saying.
They are
Because
not capable of nothing. These people are national heroes, and we should accept them for that.
definitely
Thank
so.
you,
They
sir.
are
They should
national
be
heroes.
celebrated.
When they are national heroes, they should admit that yes, they participated,
I agree
and
with you. That's
their
what I'm saying
action
to
resulted
him.
also. I do
That's what I'm
so.
saying to him. And I'm going to make a parallel argument tonight. So that hopefully tonight when the chairman leaves from here, he will understand why he should stand up tall whenever he finds himself
Oh,
in
yeah.
front of
Yeah.
anybody for himself.
Well, actually, he was
I
running
agree
away
with you.
from his own right.
Mr. Chairman,
He was running away
it's
from
a
his
Yeah.
party
own
in
right.
Ghana
But
called
that hero is not a
NDC,
hero.
the National
And
Democratic
Excuse me.
Congress. It was
Excuse
led by,
me, George. Let me hear the host.
yes, please. It was led by the Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings.
Yeah.
You will know that Jerry John Rawlings came back to power twice.
Mm-hmm.
You had to do that because you had to clean up the mess. And the last time he came back, you know what he did? Judges' head were put on the chopping board. Because he said, in order for Ghana to move forward, people must die. And people did die. And until the day Jerry Rawlings died, Jerry Rawlings never apologized. He accepted what he did, and he told the Ghanaian public that it was the right decision. He lived by it, Mr. Chairman. You guys dethroned an organization that was in power for 130 plus years, man. That maimed our people, that murdered our people, that subjected our people, that enslaved our people.
yes.
And then you want to apologize for doing that? Chairman?
Again, there you go. Did you listen? It's your panelist who is acting the. I'm sorry, people. I never apologized. I told him I'm not wrong, and you should not accuse people because of association. Did you hear me saying that?
No, but because you
I told him, don't tell me I'm wrong.
You play a meaningful role. You know, I listened to the Dr. Formula with the late Dr. Emmanuel Dolo.
I can go with that.
No, Dr. Dolo. I'll end on this one, Mr. Chairman. I'll end on this one. Dr. Dolo. Hey, you know what? Chairman, how to call him? Dr. Formula was apologizing to the guy. If you tell me wrong, yeah, well, you are in the place because we did what we did. But that's up to you to decide. No! You don't do that. Mr. Chairman, you don't do that. You did the right thing for Liberia.
Yes.
We don't apologize. I mean, people should not die, but people have to die for the country to be rebirthed. Liberia had to be rebirthed. And y'all did it. You don't apologize for that. Accept your role. Accept your role. Don't shy away from it.
Even America has civil war.
Don't run from it. You are a great party, LPP. You got all the progressive in there. You guys are the one that delivered Liberia out of the bondage it was in.
Yes.
You accept your role in this thing, my people. You start running away from it. Enough for the apologies. Yeah, see you, Mr. Chairman, but I had to tell you that. We're out of time, guys. But I welcome Mr. Amos Wright. It's been a while since you've been out. Mr. Wright, I hear you, sir. I'm already hot myself. I don't know what to do.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. If you guys are hearing me.
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are here.
All right, so thank you very much for the welcome. And I want to begin with a word that you guys are jumping on, apologizing for the long stay away. In fact, just right now, I told you earlier I was going to join the show from the beginning.
Yes, you
did. I was completing a concept note for the third National Land Conference for Liberia. So I wanted to complete it, submit it. Then when I turn here, then I turn here. So I'm here.
Okay. Well, great to have you,
but
sir.
To just jump on you a little bit.
Okay.
I'm wondering, why would Mr. Wright want to tell somebody who in his mind is apologizing for something he's hearing as a reflection from the citizenry that we trusted you, we were looking up to you, you were fighting for us, we were following you, but then when somebody came from the blind side and helped you to get to where you wanted to get, they brought you in to help to steer the activities. And then in no time, some of you started going away. And then in no time, you didn't want to be part of decisions that were made when people were traumatized in what they found themselves into. The soldiers I want to be particular with. And then the person would say, if you say I'm wrong for what I did at that time, I'm sorry. And Mr. Wright will be forcing that person to say, don't say sorry. Then it is kind of high ground for me to get started with the platform this evening, but we accept it. That's my platform, and we can work together going forward.
I beg to differ.
Yeah, please beg to differ, because I can beg to differ ordinary with Mr. Wright. So, but go ahead, please, Mr. Judge.
Mr. Wright.
Yeah, Mr. Numo.
We always say a dead hero is not a hero. And when Donald Trump said something he said about this guy who was captured.
Oh yeah, he said you don't respect people who got captured.
You are not a hero or warrior.
You got captured.
So these people here, Chipotle was out of the country when he was implicated. The same thing go with Famula. Famula was implicated. Wesson, Nelson Toll, all these people were executed because of the divide within the progressive. The Moja group was with Wesson, and the Power group was with Dole. I don't know if I told you that. I was attending Tubman College of Technology. I was the only person with a typewriter in my room. We called it so that we went on strike. We met with Tubman. Tubman said, you people are indoctrinated by Moja and Pa. The only way we went back was after the coup, when we met with Wesson. And Wesson said, next month I'm going to happen. I'm not ashamed of saying it. And even the 2005 election, I was the pool washer for Liberia Action Party in the whole of Maryland County, the major pool washer. At the Hapon City Hall, we counted all the ballots that came. And John Horrocks, master, was saying, oh, this guy got sharp eyes. And after that, I got in trouble on a door now. and that's how I ended up here. So I don't owe anybody an apology because I know what I did. I know I did it for my county and my country. So I feel that there Archie is coming from. And I beg to differ with you. Thank you.
Can I come in?
Sure. Respond.
Sure. So
I mean, at this point, it's an open discussion. Anybody want to jump in, they can jump in, please.
So let me make a disclaimer. I don't want to pretend to know the military politics that was going on among the coup makers. I don't want to temper on that line, and I don't want to go there. But what I do know is that I was a very young guy. I was in elementary school at the time, but I was keen on current events in the country that I remember very, very well.
Okay.
And the issue is, do we think that the Liberian people, that the progressives were fighting for the progressives, were not fighting for themselves as individuals? They were fighting for a country where they wanted multi-party era to come. That's what they were fighting for. So meaning they were fighting for the masses of the country. Have we asked ourselves why from that time up to now, nobody from that class, the Liberian people, have elected? Do we really ask ourselves? As a young guy coming up, those guys were looking like role models. In fact, they were not looking like, they were role models for us, for people like me. Parker Matthews, Oscar Quia, and the rest of them. Amos Sawyer, Dr. Tipotep, my respect to all of them. I respect them highly from that time. I still respect them. But I'm meeting the ground that we were disappointed because we thought what they were bringing, they had a platform from where they were supposed to pick up, and then the Liberian people will reward them. But all of them, maybe some of them might argue that Dr. Sawyer passed in the presidency, but Sawyer's passage in the presidency was not a result of an election in Liberia. It was an international arrangement that brought him in. Okay. If you even listen to Prince Johnson from the TRC, it was something like a clientele that was behind the removal of Samuel Doe that brought him to that opposition. So the point I'm trying to make here, Mr. Wright and our colleagues, is that the progressives, they play their part, but then they let the Liberian people down somewhere in between, for which the Liberians continue to lash at them. Liberians don't need to put facts on the table to tell you, say, you are guilty because of the rating fact here. The people you were working with are people that, yeah, man, I'm still living. I'm still living. So let me stop there and give other people a chance to talk.
They have their own problems.
Councilor Day, you're coming in?
Okay.
Councilor Day, where you coming in?
Yeah, the only issue is right. I partly beg to differ with you. I did not see any.
Amos Wright or Mr. Archie Wright?
There are two rights on the show. I'm one of the rights.
Oh, the co-host.
Yeah, co-host. Archie, you must say inland.
Two rights make up wrong.
I don't know. This all right. You must say inland. But the co-host. The co-host, we don't know. The co-host, we're not inland.
Oh, we are not inland. We are inland. Okay.
No. I mean, Mr. Wright must say inland, but you actually we're not inland.
Okay, got you.
Okay. And let me just say this. There's nothing about being hero in this matter. You cannot bring us somewhere and leave us in limbo or leave us in the middle way. Pa Moja did not do better. What do we achieve? That is only for the past 40 years. Look at the state of Liberia. Yes, we agree we have multi-democracy. What happens? What happens not yet after war when the coup. There's where we expect them to bring the expertise. But what they did, they tend to undermine one another and even undermine the very PRC, who trusted them based upon the intellect at the time. Yes, I disagree that they didn't bring that multi-party democracy. They advocated for it. They were a block coup, but then based upon that advice, the PRC chairman agreed with them. And they form a new constitution, introducing a new republic. Where are they? But what they did, they left. Like Nemo, they left. They all left. They left the young military to that stage where they cannot provide an expertise, but yet undermines one another. Pa is another side, Moja is another side. So I did not see any heroic Trump or Labua aspect, Pa or whatever Moja. So that's what I understand.
They didn't even trust each other, Councillor. They didn't even trust each other. If you read the book written by Tipotier on the progressives, you will agree with what I'm saying. Tipotier was referring to the power group as what? Noise makers.
Yeah, definitely so. So
if you read the book written by Tipotier, he referred to Baka Mabio and other cloud as noise makers. And then he was projecting Moja as the most intellectual.
Can I come in?
Yeah, so the chairman wasn't in error to apologize. He was the right friend of mine. He apologized, even though he keep repeating that he did not apologize, but actually he apologized and we accept it.
Okay. But here's what I want to say. Look, for me, the issue is not with Pi and Moja. No, that is not my contention. My contention here is that the progressive in their conglomeration, whether Pa, Moja, you call whatever in between this group, they did us a beautiful work. They dethroned the TWP. For me, whatever comes after that is an afterthought. My focus, what I was telling the chairman here is that you guys are considered national heroes because
you consider them national heroes.
ARCHIE right.
Oh, okay.
A bona fide Liberian from Zaitan, GEDEH County. I do.
No, I respect that.
Yes. They help Liberia to be rebirthed so that every citizen of Liberia could participate in the running of their country. That you don't have to have certain last name. You don't have to be connected to certain family in order for you to go to school, in order for you to have access to the resources of your country. No. It was an open playing field for everybody. And I made reference to Gerald Rollins. In fact, I was going to bring in Nkrumah. Nkrumah jailed, even though he was the one who brought independence, who was the father, of the nation. But he jailed some of his friends, the Danko, the Bush, he jailed them because he was of the mindset that Ghana was not prepared for a multi-party democracy. It needed to go through the one way, the one-party system. Everybody be part of that one-party system. And then when the country is ready, when people are developed enough to run political party and run offices, then they can gain the multi-parties. That's what he was going for. But the people didn't understand what he meant. So what I'm saying is, yes, Moja, Pa, they had the inner fighting. I mean, they did what they had to do. But let's recognize as a country, as a people, that we were liberated from the TWP. We were resurrected after 130 plus years, man. People got to process that thing. One set of people lay you for 100 plus years. And then we want to vilify the people who fought, who were in the trenches, simply because after they got rid of the people, they made their own personal mistakes. Nah, I'm not prepared to do that. I'm not prepared to do that. I will recognize them. I will call them heroes. I will call them liberators because they did the country a major favor.
Let me come in there.
I end on this note. Today, the reason why,
please.
let me end on the note, Mr. Dippy. Let me end on the note, please. Short one.
Yeah, I need to come in.
Yeah, after me, rather. The reason why we're struggling to attract Black Americans to Liberia today. And I went to the point, nothing is before being argued. I said, y'all can form all your agency of what? Whatever. But for you to get people to Liberia, I don't know where you're gonna break. When we had the guy, one of the Biaku said it. Some of the reason why they couldn't even think about Liberia culturally is because of what was happening in Liberia. The same system that was subjected to in America is the same system that the very Black people who left from here instituted in Liberia. We couldn't even think about Liberia in a light. Me and my friends who were coming out of Tuskegee University, we couldn't even think about Liberia. So we thought about Ghana, Senegal. These are some of the things we need to process, my people, and take this progressive. What the day after that, for me, that's up for debate. But I'm not going to get in that debate. Come in, Mr. Nippet.
Well, thank you for polishing the shoes. You have polished the shoes that has a brand new suit.
Okay.
I think history must begin to start refining its language of condemning the progressives to commending them.
Yes, sir.
History must try to start looking at the fine prints that they laid that got us to have a multi-party democracy.
Yeah.
Both Tipote and Bacchus and I, in particular, grew up on Gelly Street. Bacchus was the first court master for Beta Harris' troop with Blamo Nelson. What Tipote did with Susuku, then I was working with the Liberian Produce Marketing Corporation, was to open the eyes of the people that there was much to be done, still can be done, but our eyes are still closed as we walk blindly. The progressives were a good kind of people, not only brilliant, not only scholarly, but they were people who tried to create an enabling environment such as what we have today, when the multiplicity of parties are vying. Now use the American language for their office, the Oval Office of the Republic of Liberia. So to condemn them is like not appreciating when you were in prison and somebody released you. Now what did Tipote do? Tipote brought about Susuku. And he enhanced, he strengthened us. When I was working with LPMC, then I was the vice president for the Workers' Union. And that avenue was created for us to bargain with the corporation, which is now defunct, I would say. And in the hands, and I say that, I use that word specifically because it is not doing, LPMC is not doing the work. in totality that they ought to be doing at this moment. LPMC had been giving to George Hada. The Liberia Produce Marketing Corporation has been given to George Hada. Why do I find in that point? The reason why I come into that point is what the Honorable Zizi has said earlier. Corporation. LPMC provided a unique corridor for farmers. Because I worked with LPMC in the Freeport. I left from the Freeport and I went to Nima County as a deputy regional manager. And what LPMC did was to enhance, and I'll go back to Honorable Zizi's statement, the viability of the corporations, the co-ops. At that time, you had NCRDP, BCADP, NCADP, LCADP. Annexed to those prime entities were the co-ops. Who brought that idea? It was Toba Nantipote. Just to complement what you said. So give a man his flowers. Now when he's dead, then you say, oh, we came to eulogize you. He does not hear anything. And I like the way you put it so respectfully that it is now high time that they should commend those who lay the foundation. On the questions of the yellow machine, the yellow machines are like you have your feet. Your feet creates what? Your feet creates a path that carries you, that shepherds you to where you want to go. Yes, if LPMC had remained what it was before, the co-op would be there, the roads will be open because you know our terrain. So now the rain season comes in, the whole place you can pass. So I think this vision of yellow machine is to complement what Honorable Zeze had said. Farming. You cannot farm in isolation of roads. The roads are like your feet. You can't have the load on your head and you don't have feet to walk the path to take your produce to a place for selling. So I think in the wisdom of the UP government, they decided, let's make roads, farm to market roads. And I go back in time with the slain president, a very progressive man, William R. Talbot, who started the idea about farm to market road. So we have to be able to see a broader picture and not look at it from the narrow lens of what we think the progressive did. If the progressive did not work hard, back us to put as a catalyst in that progressive mechanism, we will not be where we are today. Liberia will only be the same through we party. But when Bacchus came on board, he took the machine, he oiled the machine began to work. And then we saw the climaxing of a generation of 150 plus years of one-party system. Now we have multi-party system. So what I'm asking in essence, when someone delivers something into your hand which you didn't work for, it is incumbent for you upon you to utilize that which has been handed over to you so that you can do better. And that's what the progressive did. They opened the eye. Our eyes are open. The struggle still continues as we speak. But roads must be built. Farm to market road must be built, as President Talbot started. And I think we can thank the president of the Unity Party on that note for that vision. Open more roads in our interior. But don't just open muddy roads. The ARPA should be there to harness the road, to condition the road properly. So when the poor farmer coming from Swedru, coming from Nimba County, coming from Lofa County, and reach to the Konya Forest, he doesn't stop there. So I want to start right on that note and say, hats off to the progressive. And thank to the president for buying us machine to open our roads, because you need your feet to tow your load on your head. And that's what the Unity Party is doing, for us to bring our markets to the produce to the market. I want to thank Honorable Zeze, that my man in the barrel, that my cow there.
So if you have rested, then I will want to come in a little bit.
Oh, the land councillor, please do.
No, I'm not a councillor. I'm just Mr. Wright.
Oh. But you sound like Mr. Day, Councillor Day.
No. I'm not a councillor.
That is second right who made the whole show.
I am a CSO actor, if you want to put it that way.
Okay. Come in, sir.
Thank you. So let's draw this line to. There is a line between condemning somebody or accusing somebody of doing wrong and telling somebody you are doing good for me, but I'm pointing.
Mr. Wright, I just want to make the kids vote. I'll go grab something to drink here. It's an open discussion now, so you don't actually got to call me first. So I'll go grab something to drink. I beg you. Go ahead, Mr. Wright.
Okay.
So there's a difference between condemning somebody and calling the person's attention to dissatisfaction with some activity that were carried on. I don't know how other people interpret their points when they are talking about the progressives. But for me, like I said, I was a young guy coming up, very, very much inspired by what the progressives were doing. But I equally know that what all they did, there were missteps along the way. And pointing those missteps up should not mean that you are condemning them. They play their part, and then the masses play their part too. Where the masses believed in them, the masses went wherever they were directed to go in terms of what? Demonstrations and protests, those kind of thing. People went in the street blindly. People died. And that was their contribution. It was signaling that whatever the progressives were doing, people were what? Following them. That's why people took instructions from them and went into all of the what? Demonstrations they called for. So they were not working.
With your permission, may I swiftly come in there? Just on 30 seconds.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you so much. The question of accomplishing 100%, sometimes the most brilliant man does not continue that thread. Sometimes he makes 95, he put his hand here and cry. The context there is that you cannot be right in everything. You cannot have 100% in all that you do. There must be some missteps. And we can qualify the missteps to the point that when you are doing good, sometimes in transitioning to a better state, bad comes into being.
So in that case,
so what I'm saying that the outcome is good. It happened during the American Revolution, to where America is here today. It happened with the Russian Revolution, with Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Today we see where Russia is today. It happened with China, under Mao Zedong and all of the other people. But globally, China is rising to the occasion, even though people died in building the wall around China. People died. People died in the U.S. American Revolution. If you go to the Gettysburg Address of the President Joseph, what a man is Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln.
Was it contextual 30 seconds you call for?
No, I just want to. I just want to put a hat on what you're trying to say.
When Honorable Nipper gets 30 seconds, I want to get my 30 seconds too.
So people can make mistakes.
So the progressives are choking me even on the platform.
So people can make mistakes.
You are not alone. We are here with you.
Like the farmer will go and farm, he can make mistakes and call himself with his home. So all those things are the embodiment of being progressive.
Mr. Right. You're not 30 seconds.
Yes. Maybe 30 or 2
or 50.
Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright.
Yes, sir.
I've been progressive, maybe through reading, and I've been progressive through deeds. I remember, even though my father was not living, I don't think my grandfather was living, when the USS Alaska went to Maryland County, the ship, to settle the dispute between the Gribble people, the crew people, and what have you. And growing up, my father was a chief. And the way they treated my father, and to date, I say it, with a smile. The 13 they killed, I know something. Because I know how they handle my grandfather. I know how the government under Arthur Barkley, how they went and they burned all the grill books at Epiphany Hall and at Cottonton in Maryland County. I know how many kids they killed. So going around killing 13 people, that why I will lose sleep over. No, I'm a progressive, and I will remain a progressive.
Killing over 70 chiefs in South Sudan.
Even in Sano, Grand Crew.
Exactly.
Some of the chiefs had to run away from Grand Crew to the place we call Calocan. So these are the things that people did. And I don't want to be passing for a Congo man. I'm a country man. I'm a global man. I don't want to be passing for any Congo man. I don't have sympathy for them today because they didn't have sympathy for me yesterday. But we have to come together as Liberians. The Kuto place, Western had a rig acquisition committee, and what they don't do, he brought Winston Tuckman closer to him. And what were the properties that Western were going to get? And Winston Tuckman, when I asked him, years ago in Atlanta, he said, you know, he want to have door here. That's why he did that. So no, we should not be confused. So, the progressive did a good work for us, but we the new progressive, we fail to follow their footprint. Tipota has Suzuku. What happened to Suzuku? Yawan Gongre is running. Is he talking about Suzuku? Yawan Gongre went to Sando. He showed hundreds of logs that they caught. They cannot ship. And he said, you know, oh, I will buy a pitch saw, no, your saw this, and make furniture out for schools. I know these. So these are some of the thinking that I, George Numbo, appreciate. So, Honorable Amos D. Wright, I beg to differ with you. I agree with Honorable.
You and your co-progressive already wrestled me out of my talking.
I still have the floor. I agree with Honorable.
Sorry.
Nippet. I agree with Honorable. I know who they call the co-host. Somebody that co-host Bash. I agree with
you. Mr. Nubo.
Yes.
I already surrendered the slot to you and your co-progressive. So I will come in when we are moving on to something else. Okay, so I was in a speech, and the Honorable Nepe asked me for 30 seconds, and they said the 30 seconds went endlessly until Mr. Nubo took it for additional 50 seconds.
But I made sure that I stayed within our limit.
That was a strategic tactic. That was a strategic tactic.
I think I prefer sitting in the learning position right now.
All right, gentlemen. The time is 6:54. We got 6 minutes to go, so I want to allocate 2 minutes to each one of you to just give us a closing comment on the night. Let's start with you, Mr. Nubo.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. I don't know why Mr. Zeze, anyway, he said he had a meeting. I think that's why he left. But I keep on telling Mr. Zeze that we need to focus on things that will improve the party. I mean, or don't concentrate on this. Don't come condemn the yellow machine and this and that. And even at one point, anytime there was some complaint through how they call it, Ellison arrangement, was to take over Ordogizi. And I heard, you know, my chairman now, talking about it. I said, you know, you don't have any proof. The Ellison went there and made an arrangement, and the same worker there. Even some of the projects in Lofa during early time, he did that. And I'm telling him now, I said, no, we are time he said I was Southeastern government, you are blaming me. Not today that Joe Waka government. And shamefully you and my colleague Dustin Wolokori from LPP from Lofa. They were campaigning for tier one. No, so no man, I still get 30 seconds. So I mean there are a whole lot of things, internal things. Even when you talk about somebody, who want to go with Boakai. I knew he was referring to me. I talked to both of them, both Tiawan and Boakai. I think the chemistry was not there, but we still have to work to build LPP, and we still have to work to build a progressive.
You know what? I'm coming back. The Liberian people still want to hang out with us. You gotta continue.
Well,
we still got 2 Liberian people. Yes,
I guess sometime I get more time to deal with.
Let's talk. In the Liberian time, we'll close up.
Okay. I still
No,
have
we're closing up.
To deal with Amos D. Right.
Only respecting the 2 minutes you're giving to each person, that's why we still hanging on.
No, you got 5 minutes, Mr. Red. Go ahead.
I want to use 15 seconds of my 2 minutes.
Mr. Red, do 5 minutes.
Well, good calculator.
15 seconds.
Mr. Numo. Yeah, right. So thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you, colleagues.
But you don't get a time here.
I have a name for the co-host.
It's on to him.
Start from you and turn over to me.
Okay. For me, I have no choice.
Yeah, so I didn't start the show, but the small part of the show that I met and where it brought us, I think it was a learning experience. And I showed the platform. I'm back, and we will ride together and go respecting each other's views, respectfully differing with each other. But the good part of it is, at the end of the day, we all learn together. Thank you for the show, and I will be back tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I want for Mr. Zeze to come back, and I want for Zeze wife.
But who gave the floor that you're talking now?
No. You finished. You were responding to me. I want Zeze, sister-in-law to appear on the show here. I actually know
Mr.
about
Lumbo. They're all missing on the show.
They are your daughters from GEDEH. We appear on the show here.
Okay, let get Councilor Day in, and then we'll make, as usual, Mr. Nippy our last panelist to close.
So then I will see you guys, though.
Yeah, let me say. To conclude, I will make friend on my statement that while indeed we may acknowledge the work of the progressive, but they did not achieve much. The outcome are not being you up to pressing, and we shouldn't be pressing progressive for some of the things that now we are being faced. Like assume before the progressive, the advocate against nepotism, they talk about corruption in the system, and they talk about bad governance. We are still experiencing now. And when we look at the current government, we will know that our president is part of he was an associate of the progressive. But it's not down for Honorable Nimbo and Honorable Nipe to rather advocate or be pro-progressive, because they said they were also associates. So any response, any issue that they say may be a little bit subjective, and it will be one-sided. But how be it tomorrow we will get elevate that again. Thank you.
Honorable Numa will come and recruit you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
Yeah, go, baby. Thank you.
Your neighbor?
Well, I think everyone has done a very good service to the mother Liberia and Papa Liberia, I call it, and then Mother Morovia, and all of her siblings, the various counties, and the panelists have dealt with the various points, the issues. And like Mr. Wright said before he went off, though we may beg to differ, but we are all in the learning process and we must respect each other's view.
Right.
We want to say thank you to Honorable Zizi and Kova, the chairman and chair lady, respectively, and to our own Crowdy for being on the show and helping our audience to understand the commitment we have and the strength of our various thoughts. Today we hit hard on the chairman.
I hope there's not another William Arrow speech though.
No, I'm coming to your Liberian language now. That's what I'm talking about now. Let me apologize first before I go to the Liberian simple English. So, Honorable Nubo, I was on the phone with my unwell sister who is in New Jersey. While you were calling me the other day, and I tried to fetch your number from the phone on either of the Maria number phone call listing and then the WhatsApp. But unfortunately, I did not get it. So
right,
it's good to apologize when something goes not as you expected. So sorry that it happened that way. Having said that, my people today, today we got plenty of talk today. We bring the man who the big man for a party they call the Liberian People Party. They call it LPP. He come with his helper, that woman. And she is good. Her name is Miss Cover or Mrs. Cover. She the one in that party, in that the people that come together, they say the Liberian People Party. She the one for all the women. She want to put the Liberian women together. Whether you're selling fish, you're selling potato green, you're selling docafre, you're selling pepper, you're selling bitter ball. She don't want to get that pen in her hand for all the women then to follow her. And so they're going to Bon County. Then we thought also how today you get plenty Baku party. Two men, one is dead, Baka Matthew and some of his friends. For the United People Party. And then Dr. Tubanati Pote, he's living, he's one of the founder of the Liberia People Party. Here in the B school, they call University of Liberia. The big teacher that was there. The time when we had the war, the men who were the war carrying the country forward. Amos, Claudia, Sawyer, that was soil that only born in because he know all the book. In politics, he get a degree they call PhD. And then another one that they call due to a Mason. That another people man there too. And then Mr. Cisse, they were the people who had that party. So the party won't wake up because the party died. They won't wake up, so they take the party to the hospital. The party is getting all right, so they want to go Bon County now. To carry the party, what the party will do, what the party can do, they will talk that one day. Then Cisse talk about how we cannot carry a bag around. We don't want to be like a Firestone type of a pole, walking on his shoulder to be begging Firestone for money. So he want to go to Nuku Town to have small program there. Where people come together, the children then will do ABC, some of them will do 1, 2, 3. Some of them will do the thing what they call poem. Where you can take somebody on the way you talk. Then you talk like the person. That, so they can get small money. And some of the us on the thing will say, well, that the only way you want to do it, you will not reach to the place where you want to reach. Because even BB party in America said it a big. So if you cannot look for money, then that one there that you trouble there, that thing here that you can't put no goods inside the care to pepper say you can't put it inside. So we talk about Liberian woman. We want to make you to get into the seat. So I tell you about some women there who are there who opened the eye of Liberian women there, the early Miss Scarborough. Elizabeth Collins, the first representative for Bon County. That great woman, but thought myself her way to Bon County to be represented there because he wanted for the people out to open. And then other women there. So today, everything we talk here is about Liberia. We're not there to beat people. We're not there to talk the bad thing about a man, to bring a man down. But we'll talk what is inside. That's what we'll talk. Tomorrow now, we'll be talking about this Samuel Jackson. But before we get to that one, we talk about NPA. NPA, the National Port Authority, where they when the ship come, then the canoe will come by something, it will stop that. But people took the people take the company, they give it to a white man. But the white man they give it to now, white people, that's also corruption. All the company in Liberia, they're not doing anything good for job to come. And we talk about Liberia Produce Marketing Corporation. That corporation, it was selling cocoa, coffee, rice, piasawa, even pepper. They was coming to open the pepper line before the worker. But they take that company now, they give it to Lebanese man. Joe Hada. We get car business to Claratown there. The man who running the Liberia company now. So in now Liberia company is Liberia Lebanese. So some people are calling Lebanese Produce Marketing Corporation because it get the L. It's still a Liberia Produce Marketing Corporation. And then we talk about how they run business. They hire in Liberia. And the one in the politics here for women to be there in the bee house. The one at least anything will happen in that country for 30%. Percent mean if you 5%, say take 10% of the 5, then they will maybe they'll take 1 or take 2%. If they take 3%, that would be 65%. So that's what it means. It means the number of person that they take from something, the number of money you take from something. That is the percent. So we want to thank you so much. We want you to always listen to this station. You listen to this station like your own station. This station like in the interior, the small house, what they call the flower house, that this station all need. In the flower house, get any issue that you go there. And you're talking. Some people say, no, I don't agree. I didn't do the one here. They didn't want happy. And you talk that one good. When you come from there, everybody clap for each other. So I want to thank you all. Good for always listening to our radio station, our talk show, because we want to bring the issue to you two ways. We'll speak in English, then we'll come to our own place to for Ma Annie, Sarah, Tane, Mr. Namwe, Mr. and all the people, Mr. Koluba, all the people. So we thank you. I'm done, Mr. Right.
You are muted.
Mr. Right, you are muted.
Thank you. I'm talking to myself. Thank you, Mr. Nippet. Thank you, Mr. Nubo. Thank you to all our panelists that were here with us. This is all the time we have. We'd like to close up. Tomorrow I will give my 1 minute closing, but it's time is too far spent that I cannot give my closing there. We look forward to seeing you guys back here tomorrow. We do have a very interesting topic tomorrow to talk about, as Mr. Nippet rightly said. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And a big salute to you all. Thank you.
Salute to everybody in Liberia. Thank you.
Mr. Wulu, where are you, sir?
Mr. Wulu sleeping.
Yes, he is.
It's too late for him now.
It's too late at 1 o'clock. But I'm going to call it up from here. Okay, there you go.
He's back.
All right, Mr. Wulu, thank you so much. And we'll give you the big salute, sir, for all that you do. See you tomorrow. Anything you want to tell us before we leave?
I think Mr. Wulu had a birthday. He didn't send me. It's okay. It's okay, though.
Yes.
You are muted. Okay, but send my cake next week.
Okay, my man. We'll see you.